Okay, hello, hi. Hello, Bonnie. Hola, Bonnie. Hi, Peterman. Welcome. Let me make sure everything's alright. Feels like I haven't done this in months for some reason. Although I just did it like, I don't know, 3 or 4 days ago. Yeah, I've been a little bit absent. But I'm back. I've been working on a little side project that came up. Nothing crazy, but helps me get a little bit of budget, which is cool. Okay, I think everything should be set. Now, this place, this is a mess. Let me see. There's a camera. Don't remember where I left the stupid. Ah, there we go. Okay. Feed. What's that? Should be connected. There we go. Okay. So, as you might already know, when we were animating, a couple of things happened. One of them being that the hands didn't work out as planned. So I wanted to spend today's stream both analyzing what went wrong, looking for solutions. I'm gonna make myself a little bit smaller. Oh, also, there's a new free emote for you guys. I want to test it out because I'm not sure if it's gonna work or if it's gonna read. But yeah, there's a new emote called Egged, which is as described, Nero getting egged on her head. It's barely readable. I think it's too hard to read. And yeah, it's free. Yes. But I don't know. Maybe I need to tweak it. Maybe a little zoom in could help. Like I can barely, like I just see like a little smear in the screen. Yes, it is. Well, it's not quite the X emote, but but yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not loving it. Maybe I should do a little bit of a zoom in. I think I did make an alternate version to make it a little bit more zoomed in. Egg plus wide eyes would be enough to illustrate the idea. You need to crop it further. Yeah, probably I could do that. Wait, you mean like cutting off her mouth? I'm not sure if cutting off her mouth would be too much, but yeah, I can give it a shot. I'll try later. Try to make it a little bit easier to read, hopefully. That's the hard part with puppets and stuff. It's very hard to read from afar because they're loaded with detail. It's not like a 2D drawing where you can either fully remove the background or have very contrasting color. It's a bit trickier here, but it's okay. It's okay. We'll figure it out. But yeah, anyway, so here's the hand. I wanted to use this one as my test dummy. This is the one that Evil was wearing on the X clip, actually. Like when she smashed the egg on Nero's head, this happened, and the hand broke. And yeah, the wire went completely out of the finger, right? And this sucks because I can pretty much not animate the finger anymore. I could try and like reposition it and make sure it kind of works. But if you're doing this in animation, where you already have to think about like another 50 things at the same time, it is like just not a good idea to try and
have more things in your mind while you're doing this. So yeah, I think we should spend some time like sitting down and replanning how the whole inside of the hand works and how to improve on it. So this is the hand that we used, right? This is the hand that appeared. I haven't even read the chat a lot. What would happen to anyone if you smash a dragon egg? Yeah, or a dinosaur egg, right? Freaking huge, ridiculously sized egg. I don't know, I like that bit a lot. It was quite funny and very fun to animate. Now, the wire here, elsewhere, is there any point in fixing it at all? Yes, I think there is a very big point in fixing this. Well, not fixing this one in particular. What I want to do with this hand is not to fix it, but to analyze what the problem is, so we can redesign a little bit where the flaws are, and according to those flaws, try to make it better. Now, we cannot fully redesign everything, because Evil is already, like, her body is already cast. I wouldn't risk making a whole new body from scratch. That would take way too long. But I think with what we've got, we can work it out in such a way that we can figure out how to make it functional, right? So I do have one dummy body that I can test out, so I can make like different tests and see where the breaking point is, how to fix it, and all of those issues. Now we have two issues we need to solve with these arms. One of them is the shoulder breaking, right? So the shoulder broke. Let me see if I got a fresh pair so you can see. So I designed this piece like a little keyhole. So here. Yeah, this one's brand new. Most of these arms broke during the animation. This is what they should look like, right? It's a little cylinder. Then it goes into like a hexagonal shape, which is designed to hold the bolt in place and to not roll around once you tighten it. But this has been the weak spot. And then it goes on and it reopens back into a cylinder just for a little bit of extra stability, right? That was the design originally. And it goes inside this hole in the torso, holds it in place, and then just one screw coming from up here. I don't know when or how I screwed up with this torso, but yeah, the pieces, like the holes are not the right size. So I did actually have to drill this one a little bit larger so that we could actually put like a bolt inside. But yeah, like that's the general idea of what happened. And what kept happening is they broke from the top. And once they broke, the arm was loose and it was very hard to animate. And minimize the skin breakage on the fingers. Yes, now there are a couple of things we cannot really work too much on, right? Like, I would love to find a better way to avoid the breakage in the arms, but I cannot. I don't have the tools to reformulate silicone, right? I don't know exactly what chemicals are part of the silicone, and I wouldn't know what chemicals could make it more resilient or not. Already this brand of, well, this type of silicone that I'm using is sort of like the strongest and stretchiest of the line, and I do think it is pretty much the best option. So it's breaking on the point where the hexagonal portion and the circular portion meet. Kinda, like it's not super precise, but I can show you the other hands. But many of them are breaking. Well, most of them actually. Like I think we have 6 arms, 5 of them broke. Yeah, look, this one and this one, like they break at different heights, but the constant tends to be that it is there. And I think the only reason it breaks is because it's the thinnest section, and also because it always breaks. Another constant is they break whenever the wire ends. You can see it's got a wire that goes into the piece, and right where the wire ends, it's where like the structural breaks. But yeah, it's mostly on the hexagonal. It's never broken outside of the hexagonal. That is true. But actually, I believe the problem is not really the hexagon. Well, I mean, it could be because it's thinner, but I think the bigger factor is it always breaks where the wire finishes. Because the wire ends, like the inside support gives up, and everything else from here on is just raw plastic. And the raw plastic against the metal is like what's cracking it. And yeah, like I'm not a super engineer or anything, but I do have like fair understanding of how that could be. But yeah, I understand. It makes sense that it's structural stress and it's going on. And the reason why there's so much stress into it is because shoulders need to twist a lot, right? Like for starters, you very rarely have your arm like fully stretched to the side. Most of the time you have the arm like folded down, right? And that already, like, only to get to that point I need to flex this, and that is a lot of tension in this little shoulder. You can feel it. It takes me a while. It hurts my finger a little bit to fold it like this. And this is more or less the neutral pose, right? But whenever I like move the arm around, yes, I'm doing a lot of torsion, a lot of like tension, and I wanted this to be working in such a way that I could like unfasten this and adjust it, but because of how the head and the clothes ended up arranged, I think that's not a very realistic idea, because when you have a headache here and the hair all around and all of that stuff, trying to put a key inside of this just for the sake of turning the elbow like 30 degrees, it's just not really a viable option. Like it feels silly. It's like I think it's better to have something that I can like freely bend, or else every animation frame is gonna take a lot. My Joe has a lot of material science. Hey, that's cool. I would appreciate a lot of there's a lot of material science that I want to understand a little better, especially in the world of all of this puppet fabrication. You know, like how silicones work, how resins work. I feel like there's a lot of very interesting stuff to learn there that if I just like learn how to master like things, it would help me out. Yeah, like a lot in the design of these things. Like I'm kind of new in this, and I'm trying to make designs for these pieces that are sturdy, reliable, but also a little goal of mine is to make it simple enough so that it's not only something I can do. Like I would love to reach a point where I can like share the models and stuff so other people can also make their little stop motion animation. But first I want to come into like a reliable design and shape. And yeah, figuring out materials would probably help out a lot with that too. I'm already testing a couple, well, not quite right now testing things, but I did buy a new resin for the 3D printer that hopefully will be a little bit sturdier. It's right here now. Just where's my gloves? All the way over here. This just came up from a little freelance thing I'm currently working on. It's actually printing right now. But I took the chance and I bought some tough resin, whatever this is. So this should be sturdier than the regular resin, and I want to try it out later and see if it works. But that's like for the next project. Right now I don't think we should mess with this type of resin. So let me pitch you the ideas that I've got for sorting this stuff out. One is getting rid of the hexagonal piece here, right? Instead of making this, having like a full-on cylinder of resin, and that is like the piece that goes into the body, and trust that it will hold in place a little bit better. I'm not sure if it might need like a little hole, drill hole, or if just having the cylinder is more than enough and letting it just be a little bit weathered or worn out by the bolt and the friction, but it would still probably be better than what we've been having here. So for that, I actually already made, before the stream, a new mold with just a flat cylinder. So this is the mold we had before. You probably can barely see it, but inside is the hexagonal shape, right? So that's the mold that makes these pieces. I made the mold because making this out of like 3D printer resin would have been like a very bad idea, because 3D printer resin, even the tough one, is quite brittle. So this was the original design, and I cast this with, this was polyurethane resin. We already ran out of polyurethane resin, so we might have to move into polyester. But yeah, maybe having the full cylinder instead of the hexagon could help keep things in place for a little bit longer. That's one test that I want to try out. A lot of broken arms. These are the broken arms, and like the broken arms are usable. It's just kind of risky. Like the last animation we made, it was pretty much only broken arms. And you can see actually how I actually managed to, even with the arm broken, I did like bolt this piece in, and that's why you can see it being all distorted, right? This is brand new, and this is how it was squished violently by the bolt in place. So they are still usable, but the other thing I don't love about these arms is how hard the fingers are. So I want to work and make the fingers a little bit less strong. I've got a couple ideas for that, but I have a little bit of a, I don't know, conundrum there, because it has to do with the inner shape of the hand. So the circle would help avoid corner stresses. Yes, it would help avoid corner stresses. It would, because it's more volume, it would probably be sturdier, right? It would have, yeah, like, this is the piece that I molded. So it's a lot thicker than what we had before. Well, I mean, the cylinder part is not that much thicker, but yeah, like in general, there's also more material. So I think more material could also help. The arms, now we had designed these arm pieces with this very intricate shape and pattern in the palm, which I liked a lot. I do like this system a lot, because what this does is it grants us the ability not only to move the fingers, because yeah, you can move the fingers around like one at a time, like this, tuk, 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 but also having like a whole palm designed in the shape of a palm and made out of wire grants you this type of movement of like the hand curling into itself or spreading out into an open palm. And I feel like that makes everything a lot more lively. And I've always wanted to, yeah, find a way to make that work. And I think this was pretty good. But the only problem is right now the wires are too thick. So if we redesign this whole thing with thinner wire, I do have one gauge thinner wire here. What I'm afraid could happen is that now the wrist is going to be too weak, because the wrist needs to withstand pressure against a lot more silicone. I think I have like a dead hand over here, well, like a boneless hand. Where did it go? I just used it to check the weight of this piece. Yeah, this is a boneless hand. So the fingers are tiny, right? So the amount of resistance the rubber makes or the wire inside the finger is almost null. But the resistance in the wrist, it's like 10 times more material, so there is a more considerable amount of resistance pulling back. That's why I'm a little bit scared that it's a very delicate balance. And if we make all the wires thinner, what I think could happen is that the wrist would become too weak to withstand itself. I've got plenty of different wires, different gauges, different resistances, and that's what we need to like balance out and find a way to perfect here. Could you solder the wrist? I've tried that a lot, like that was a comment we had before, and I think we could reach the point sometime where I can actually do that, but right now I don't have the material. Well, I think, how to say this? Because you have two different words for soldering. It's like soldering and smelting? No, it's smelting. Like one is the one that you do with like the crazy mask and stuff, and the other one is just like with simple welding. Yeah, that's the one. But yeah, we did try. We actually tried even on stream to solder a piece, but this wire bracing. Oh, I never heard bracing, but maybe that one too. This wire is aluminum, so the aluminum wire really doesn't stick that well to the soldering wire or soldering like it's not paste, but you know yeah, it's wire, right? The soldering wire, like it melts, it can stick for a bit, but you can just clean it up, like it will crack very, very easily. I've heard that it might be possible to, instead of soldering, welding it together, but that sounds a little bit out of my budget, out of my capabilities, and I'm not sure if I would love to risk it, because I'm in a place with a lot of very flammable things all around, so yeah, maybe we can leave that to like season 5 of the workshop when I have like a bigger budget and maybe some more space. Yeah, it's way hard, and it does sound like it's too silly for something like this. Like welding wires for a puppet, like that's like, yeah, it sounds like too hard, like kind of like overkill, right? But what were you suggesting the welding for? For the wrist? And too much work also, you know? So this has worked fine up until now. So this is JB Weld, which is like an epoxy metallic epoxy putty. And it's actually withstood fairly well. Of these hands, I think there's one, yeah, this one feels like something's wrong on the inside. Like you can, well, I mean, it behaves, you know, like this is more than enough for me to animate, but it does feel like something's broken on the inside. Maybe once we figure out the other hands, we can try and open this one. Also, this one doesn't have a bone in the pinky finger. It does feel fractured, but it stays in place, you know, like I can do this and it stays mildly on its place. Like this is usable. Mariano, congratulations on surviving one nighter to make art. Oh, thank you. It's not my first rodeo, and I've had like a bunch of those all-nighters. I shouldn't do them that often, and I don't do it that often, but I should try to avoid them as much as possible. But yeah, thank you. I appreciate that, and I think it was worth it. I did like how it turned out. I think a lot of people liked the video. The YouTube channel has grown very decently, I think. Oh yeah, I wanted to tell you, we are officially more or less 100 YouTube subscribers away from the mighty 5K, which would be insane. So I'm very excited for that and very happy about that, and I want to thank you, everyone. I don't know, just a little sidetracking there, but yeah, like this has worked fine. Sometimes it might break, yes, but it works decently. Would just adding more thin wires together work like thicker wire? Yes, but it's like a balancing act. Like all of the wires you see here are the same wires that become fingers, right? And that results in like a decently strong wrist. I think we could do something a little bit less strong. Also, part of the design is I try to keep, like I make this longer than it should be, so that this joint is, like, because this is a very weak part. If I try to bend here, the epoxy will snap at some point, right? Because as strong as this thing might be, the movement will eventually like crack the plastic here. But that's why I designed the arm in such a way that this, that I know is a weak spot, is like something I should most of the time just not bend at all, right? So the wrist is up here, right? So I'm trying to bend here, but there are very rare occasions, only if I were doing like some sort of crazy rubber hose bit, would I really need to bend this is almost like the middle of the forearm, right? So that's also how I did plan it out, because I know from experience that JB Weld is a little bit brittle, but the trick there is just move it to a place where you are not going to need to move it that much, and hopefully that will be enough. And I think it has worked decently. But we can also like try to look into alternatives. I also think we should focus on trying to make this fairly fast. Like, I don't want to spend too much time on this because I would like to go back to animation, keep working on Evil and Neuro, stuff like that. But yeah, like, I definitely think we need to sit down and find solutions for this, because these arms, as they are, they won't last me more than, I don't know, let's say another 25 seconds of animation, right? And I would rather have, I don't know, at the very least 3 minutes of animation with the girls, right? So yeah, JB Weld, it's getting the job done. I know it's not the best thing, and hopefully we can move into something better at some point. But right now I think it can work. I've always thought of the possibility of, instead of using JB Weld, using some resin, like a liquid resin similar to what we did here. But well, we already saw that this also breaks. Also, this resin, when I used it, it was a little bit old. So I'm not sure if a fresher resin would withstand better, because this is high quality stuff. This is smooth on. No, these fingers are steel, I believe. I don't really know. Acero. Yeah, it's stainless steel. And it's these wire. Well, those fingers specifically are gauge 24, which is this roll right here. And I also have a gauge 26 wire. So, what we could try... Yeah, the thing is, it's a very interesting situation where fixing one problem could worsen another, and like the other way around. So it's a very, very interesting scenario we're set on. I do think there are solutions, and I think we could come up with something like fairly quickly, but I do want to spend some time, you know, sitting down and trying to process. So I'll tell you what I thought, because yesterday I spent some time cataloging. Sonata, hey, how you doing? I spent some time yesterday cataloging like all the wires that I have, and like looking at the possibilities and thinking on how we could do this. And I've got a couple of ideas, but it's a very like up in the air, you know, and I think we could maybe spitball it a bit. So one of them is these arms were made with, I don't know the gauge because I measured it in millimeters, but this wire is 2 millimeters thick, each braid, well, each strand, you know, like this piece is 2 millimeters wide. It is a little bit strong. I think it could be a little bit weaker. So I'm considering the possibility, well, if it were weaker, the bending of the arm, of the shoulder, would probably be a little bit less force. Like, the wire would put less resistance, and because the wire is putting less resistance, I'm guessing the force that gets into the little piece will be less, right? So what are we making today? We're trying to rethink the arms to find out a way to make them usable and iterable and repeatable for the rest of the animation. Like, I do believe we've got 2 puppets. Each puppet has 2 hands. I do believe we need, at the very, very, very least, a set of 8 hands to get it done. But honestly, the only thing we need is like a single hand design that works well. Yeah, so it doesn't break the shoulder and stuff, because that has been the thing that slows me down the most. And it could reach a point where I have to like fully cancel an animation or cut it short because the break is so bad that I don't have any way to continue it. And if we suspend an animation for too long, it's just too hard to continue. Like, you have to either start over or scrap it all. And I don't want that to happen that frequently. And I think right now it's the perfect moment to sort that out and try and find the solutions to the things. So yeah, I do have a smaller wire that I could use for these braids, which would make the arm thinner, probably would lower a little bit of the tension in this, and it would be, yeah, like pretty much just that, right? What I think we could also do with that, but the painful part there is that we could lose a little bit of mobility in what I was telling you of the like squishing of the palm. But honestly, I don't think the squishing of the palm is a movement we're going to be using too much. It's, if you see, I don't know, depends on the movie, but Nightmare Before Christmas, Chicken Run, like all those classics, honestly, hands are not very usually like super complex. Whenever you have like a super complex hand, it has to be for like a very crazy money shot, like in Isle of Dogs, stuff like that, where you have like hands that are designed to be like the hand shot, you know? I don't think we're gonna need that much here, but I do want hands to be resilient enough that I'm not like suffering and repeating stuff. Oh, Cloud, how you doing? Hello. With thinner arms, slightly weaker, and made of stainless allow you... I don't have... Well, I mean, I just think this stainless is too thin. Like for an arm? I have a thicker one. I have a 22 one. But I wouldn't go thicker than that because stainless is very strong. And, you know, you don't want the arm to be like too hard to animate. So here's like the basic rule of thumb with a puppet. If you've ever done 3D animation, or you know how 3D animation works, you'll know that puppets, or well, like 3D rigs have like a hierarchy, right? So if this is the body, or well, I have a body right here. So if this is the body, and I move the body in 3D, it will move with everything else, right? But then if I move the shoulder, it will not move with the body, but it will move everything else down the line. And if I move the elbow, and so on and so forth, right? Like every piece controls like the next smaller piece. And it's a very efficient system and it works really well. And in animation, in this type of animation, in stop motion, I feel like one thing that helps you a lot to keep that sort of control, the same control that people have in 3D animation, is having a hierarchy of the amount of force. Not IK versus IK versus, is it EK? No, it's inverse kinematics versus, is it EK? Man, my 3D is very, but not quite. Like IK and EK is more advanced. I'm just talking about the basic bone hierarchy. Even before that, it would be more like EK if you want like a straight answer. But I'm thinking like in earlier logic in animation, like not even getting into full-on rigging. But yeah, pretty much it would be like, is inverse kinematics versus, what's the E for? Elongated kinematic? Standard kinematics? Yeah, it's SK versus IK, I believe. Oh, FK, forward kinematics. Yeah, there it is, there it is. Yeah, I was like, is it EK? Am I this rusty? I was like freaking out. But no, yeah, it would be FK if you want like a straight answer, but it's not really that deep. Like you have to go like one earlier phase in the 3D rigging process and it will be more like the basic joint structure. Like whenever you're just making the bones, you have the hip bone controlling the shoulder bone, well, controlling the torso bone, controlling the shoulder bone. Like that's how it works, right? In this type of animation, it's always good that, let's say, the arm or the fingers don't require more force to bend than your elbow. Because if you don't have it and you're trying to bend this and the elbow bends first, because you need less force for that than for this, it's the most annoying experience you can ever have as a stop motion animator, because you just can't work unless you have like another hand like holding this piece in place while you're doing the, I don't know, the wrist movement and stuff like that. It's pretty much how we translate it. So, I mean, I could think of the, and maybe we could make like a quick experiment, but I do think like stainless wire would be too strong. I do have also other stainless wires that are like closer to this, but I can straight up tell you that that is not an option, because making like this thick out of stainless steel will just break my fingers just trying to do this. But we could maybe try it with 24. I don't know. Like my gut tells me that's not a great idea. So maybe we can stray away from that. For now, I'll tell you something. Especially, I'm not sure I've seen you before here, Slapmaster 3. Wait, what is it? 3122. But I'll tell you this just because I'm seeing that you're like a very recent research and development driven person. Once we finish animation in Evil and Neuro, and we can like have a full release of a video, I do want to spend some time like not making any particular puppet, but just working on improving the process. And it's like, okay, let's take notes. Whatever failed everywhere. The shoulders were a mess, the eyeballs were a mess, and start like tweaking all those things and perfecting them. So maybe crazier experiments we could save for that phase in the process. Let me see if I've got my 24 gauge over here. No, 22 gauge. Should be here. Also, I have vaping wire, which I got recommended by another viewer. But the problem with vaping wire is it's way too strong. I would use the vaping wire for something else, like something... Where's my 22 gauge? Could be in this box. I don't remember, and I did sort them all yesterday. Such a tiny roll. But yeah, I do have plenty of, like, I'm not sure. Some of these I don't even know what metal they are, because sometimes you just buy wire and hope for the best. That's a very funny thing. Oh, there you are. Yeah, I have a gauge 22 roll right here. But I think for an arm it would be overkill. But we do have the smaller aluminum wire, which is this one. And for the fingers, there's two options. We could make single strand fingers. Like instead of having this braided fingers, what's the broken one? Where are you, broken hand? This one's kind of broken, but it's not fully. Is it this one? Yeah. So this one's braided, right? It's like two strands or two wires braided together. I think we could instead make it like a single strand wire. But again, if we do this, I have the feeling that probably the wrist will become super weak unless we redo. Oh yeah. So what I was thinking is making the wire thinner here, but instead of having it go until like the middle of the forearm, it can go, we could have the wire go all the way to the palm, right? So then we would have this same 2.5 gauge wire for the wrist, which I think it's a pretty decent strength for the wrist. I just hope it's a strength enough for the arm, because if the shoulder cannot hold itself in place, that would also be a problem. No, the part in trains that connects between wheels like a hydraulic generator. Is there a puppet that connects joints like that? I've never heard of that. What do you mean? Like I've seen the train parts that are like just two joints with a pin inside. It's like from a cowboy movie type thing, right? So you take off the pin and then the other wagons start to fall back, stuff like that. Yeah, you can send, if you want to send a picture, you can send it to the Discord. The other idea, so it could be like single strand. I could also just try to make this system of hand with the 26 gauge wire, which could make them a little bit easier to move around, but I'm not sure if it will be enough. Or we could do single stranded wires. Like every finger could be like just one wire instead of a braid. It would make it easier for the silicone to slip, which I don't love, but it could work. And the other option I have, which sounds or feels a little bit far-fetched to me, but I did make a couple of tests and it felt quite nice, honestly, was like copper wire. I have this copper wire from, I think this is like from when I was in high school, you know, like electronics class and stuff. But making a braid, it's super thin, so instead of making like a double braid, they have to make like a double braid, so it's 4 strands in a single one. But it is an ancient, but it is very soft and very easy to animate, which feels a little bit reassuring. Prophecy destroys it. So maybe this could work too, like having the fingers could be stripped electrical wire. I mean, isn't this one already stripped? So I don't really know. And what would be the point of having it stripped? How would that save time? Wouldn't that be like longer? Like the stripping of the wire would take time? Or stripped, you mean like braid? Oh, okay. Yeah, I just didn't know the term stripped for. That could work, but I would have to find it. I would need like a provider. Here's a tricky thing for my craft specifically. This world of wires is incredibly tricky because you'll try to find something or you'll find something, but by the next time you ever need like another roll of 24 gauge stainless steel wire, you will never find the same provider again. It's pretty much impossible because like I feel like providers of this type of very raw materials just pop in and out of existence every 2 months. It's not like, oh yes, this is like Mr. Muscle, whatever. No, Mr. Muscle is a cleaner. Like Mr. Wire brand thing that you can buy at Home Depot. It's always like this random thing in a bag that you'll find once and never again. That's also why whenever I go to a hardware store, it's like, what will I find today? It's like RNG. But I could think of, I've never heard of stripped wire, and I don't know how thick it is, but I could try that. Now, I'm not sure if this will be strong enough to hold the finger in place. Now, these fingers are extremely soft because we changed the silicone into a softer one. And yeah, this is very, very smooth. But again, the wrist is the problem. So my first idea was maybe I could try and use this wire to make the arm all the way to the wrist. Also, I don't have a lot of this wire, which concerns me mildly. Oh, so I didn't...
I'm just gonna do that because I haven't done it before, but... Not sure if this will work because sometimes YouTube blocks it out. We can send a little link to the Discord in case anyone wants to join. You can also do it in Twitch chat, but since some people are not in Twitch chat, how do pros make them? The pros, as far as I know, like from the movie and stuff, what they would do is make is it not pen, the white one? Yep. What they would do is they would make like a metal piece for this. So you did see the hands of Out of Words, right? That's like a super pro level hand. Because it's got like tiny mechanisms for every single finger and it's insane. And I'm never gonna reach that point because one goal here is to have things being accessible, right? The next thing, what I would use in the movie I worked on myself, is the hand would be a little piece of metal
Yeah, that tiny custom armature thing, it's insane, and I'm probably never gonna... Well, not maybe never is too much of a statement, but I don't want the things I make to feel like too out of reach for other people, because one little goal of mine is to motivate other people to try and make animations by themselves. So I also try to find simpler ways for things to work. Let me find a sheet of paper so I can draw. I'll do it here. So the pieces that I had before, they were just like a simple metal piece. Maybe it depends on the puppet. Like some of them were fancier. Like the main characters would have like more complexity than others. So like a main character would have maybe like palm with a little hinge here, and then like another piece here, right? Something like this. So that could give you wouldn't give you like this whole flexibility of the palm, but it would at least give you a little bit of this, you know? And then this piece was sort of a sandwich. I'm going to draw it from the side between two pieces. And inside this piece went like the 4 wires for the fingers. Or 3. I don't remember if the movie had 3 or 4 fingers, now that I say that out loud. And maybe one more would be in the other part, like this. Something similar to these. Like, I used to break a lot of pans, but I didn't break them to the point where I could, like, see the insides of them. But it was something along these lines. Right, so it's still a little bit of a custom mechanism, but it's a lot simpler, right? You're not making, like, little hinges and stuff for every single finger and stuff. It's more a metal piece holding another metal piece, and that joins together into a simple enough but still sturdy hand. And that sounds fun, but again, metalworking is a little bit out of my it's not out of my budget. Well, it is kind of out of my budget if I need to buy like machinery and stuff, but more than out of my budget, it's like a little bit out of my league. I've never done any metal work myself besides braiding wires and stuff. But this is like the fancier characters, and like extras would have simple wire structures. Expertise? Yeah, maybe expertise. Sorry, I'm not an native English speaker, which you might have already noticed, but so I struggle sometimes with like finding the right word. But yeah, expertise sounds like a good one. But yeah, like this is what main characters would have, but most characters would just have some sort of like wire braiding system into fingers, you know? It's an extra, stuff like that. It's just whatever's quickest. And usually the quickest is just throw some wire in and do whatever. Your English is great, to be honest. A lot of slang memorized seems to... Well, I watch a lot of English content, definitely. So I guess that's how I can, I don't know, keep those things in mind. But sometimes you'll find me like struggling, trying to find the right word. Like, how did you say the thing of the whatever, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. But yeah, anyway. So, again, maybe we can stray away from the metal work. I do want to see if we could try to emulate at some point this, but instead of using metal work, trying to use resin printing. So if we could resin print out these 2 pieces of the sandwich and have them bolt together with a tiny little bolt and stuff like that, maybe that could be a nice way to make this stuff more even affordable, not only for me, but for other creators or just artists everywhere. So that would be a nice thing. And that's like one thing that's like really on my bucket list for the next R&D season, which is not that far away, but I really want to animate the girls first. But yeah, so let me try. I think we should just give it a try and try to make like a little prototype piece and see how it works. So we are going to need a fair amount of wire here. Like if this doesn't work, it's okay. We can just make another one. Dr. Robot. Oh, hello. You are on Twitch now. Could make it somewhat reusable too if wire broke. Yeah, I mean... Well, yeah. You're right. It could be somewhat reusable. I was thinking the other way around, like, yes, but I could not reuse it because the silicone would be broken. But no, you're saying reusing the part. Wait, I didn't see your idea. I found this video which makes hands-out wire and clay mixed with some kind of chemical to make it more flexible. What? I would love to learn that. I've never heard of like a chemical that makes the wire more flexible. Where is it? I don't see the link. Did you send it in the Discord? I'm not sure if it could work. Oh, there it is. I've never heard of that. Let me check it. Or maybe I have, but I just don't know. Stop motion, easy hands. Michael Parks. 6 years. Moldable glue. Well, okay. We're not gonna fix on the finishing of the part. Like, I don't want to make the hands out of this moldable thing because it looks a little bit too rough for my taste. Yeah, like I'm seeing how the fingers are made. I think what works with this guy is the fingers are very big. And because the fingers are so big, it's, you know, easier. Like this fingers would probably work on that puppet. Because, yeah, the size of those hands are huge, right? But unless you want, like, Gorilla Hands Neuro, which I think you don't want, and I don't want either, I'm not sure if this design will work. Well, another thing is I don't know exactly what type of wire he's using. I don't know what you mean with the chemical that makes it softer. I'm trying to look that up. Using wire, I just see him like putting the wire into the hand and then putting the clay on top. Fingers out of aluminum wire. Also, I don't know where you find such little aluminum wires. Like my wire, I've never found. I think the thinnest wire that I have on aluminum is like no, it's like 1 millimeter, which is huge for these fingers. No, it did say in the video aluminum wire. I would love to find a place to buy that sort of aluminum wire. But yeah, let's make a quick prototype and just test it out. Really, I don't know what it is. What do you mean? Didn't the guy just say it was... aluminum? Yeah, the guy says aluminum on the video. Shoots gotta go. Join the Discord, so I'll be around. Alright, it might be hidden before you leave. Check it out. I kind of suck at making Discords, but there's like a little option to show all the channels. There's probably a bunch of them that are invisible to you. And I think the one where you'll spend most of your time is called Talking Shop. Talking Shop is a channel that I have for talking, you know, specific things like how do I make silicone rubber cure faster? How do I make a better hand? Stuff like that. It's like the technical channel. So if you don't see it right now, just check if you can find it by like poking around in the server. And yeah, just that. If not, we can talk in general. I just like to have different spaces, but I don't know why whenever I set it up, some people don't find it. It is visible to me. Thanks. All right, good to know. Yeah, I've had issues with that because I'm not very experienced with Discord either. But yeah, thank you. Welcome to the community, and thank you very much for your help. I appreciate that, and I always love finding new people who are willing to contribute with their knowledge. So yeah, see you around. Take care. Okay. For starters, this feels fairly decent in strength. It is a little bit thin, but I don't think that's a problem. And yeah, I do feel it being decent in strength. So what I want to make sure is, oh, the camera's a little bit zoomed in here, is that if this is a shoulder, right? I want it so that you can have enough force on the edge. Because if I have like Evil holding her harpoon and the harpoon weighs too much for her, the harpoon will, you know, break the finger, will like instantly drive the shoulder down. And that's something I don't want. So it's important to see if the, like how much strength the wire has, but this seems decent. Like it's not super crazy, but it does withstand, you know? Now, what should I try? Should I try... And this for a wrist is fine. I think this is fine for a wrist. Now the problem is the freaking palm. Also, another problem with making the fingers out of just simple, like one single wire, is that they can... well, I need an odd number of fingers, right? We have 5 fingers, and I usually like to braid them like in pairs, like doing this. But we can figure that out. So, should I try a single strand steel wire or a double strand, no, 4 times strand copper wire? You know, I'll give this a shot because I'm just mostly because I'm curious. Wonder how much will, it's okay. Just trying to braid a single strand of copper wire, then move or like use for all the fingers. I wonder if you could braid this with a drill. It's too small, I feel like it will slip out very easily. So I've been working on the freelance project I was telling you about last stream. And it's coming along. I think I already have one finished piece. I need to make 7 of those. But I'm trying to... The thing is, they're very big prints, and they're made with pure transparent resin. So it's very rigorous, because if there's a misprint, the whole print goes to waste, and I end up with like a solid 60 grams of resin that are absolutely useless, which is very annoying. And also a tricky part is that it's not a single color piece, so I need to color every resin cast individually, because it's like a little gradient of colors. So every piece needs to be a different hue compared to the previous one. And that's also proven a little bit tricky. A little bit. It's not insane. But it's coming along. Copper. Here's the thing, like, I didn't think much of this, but yesterday I made those braids and they feel like butter. And I like a lot how they feel, so that's why I wanted to give them a shot. What if you made the finger armature out of copper wire and make finger segments by thickening the wire at a specific parts using solder? Ah, copper wire does solder, right? I think that's a decent idea, but I wouldn't do that with Neuro, because our fingers are too small. I don't think I can make any resin, any solder blob that is smaller than the thickness of one of these fingers. I mean, I'm not sure if you can do that with like a super pro solder, but like the generic solder that I have would probably make a lot larger blobs. Did I tell you? I think I haven't told you specifically, Cloud, because this is a story that I told before I think you joined. But actually, in Neuro and Evil do kind of have like gorilla hands compared to their real hand sizes. Because their hands are 30%, no, 50% larger than the original model. So I did print at some point the hands at the scale of the original 3D model. And I was like, no way I'm gonna make such tiny hands. I'm never gonna be able to put anything inside of that. Like the silicone will never fill the mold. So I ended up having to, like the hand pieces, I increased by 50% their size. So it would be usable. So yeah, actually Neuro and Evil, like they already have like super large hands compared to the real ones. And I think it's true because if you see their 2D models, I don't really know about the 3D ones, but the 2D ones, their hands are minuscule. They're the tiniest thing ever. How tiny are their hands? Again, I'm not quite sure. Like, I didn't fully compare to the 3D model and stuff, but they are very small. Like when they do the Hiyori pose, you can see that they are quite tiny. So their 3D is small AF. I've never like paid a lot of attention to their hands specifically. Their size. My Neuros hands. I mean, if you want to scale, I try to keep everything like a 1/5 scale. So let me get a ruler. Something to measure. Like calipers. Printer. So this is like 3 centimeters from the wrist to the tip of the finger. So it's 15 centimeters for the hand. That's still very tiny, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, like this is 3 centimeters. And if you would scale that to real life size, according to my design scale, which is 1:5, that hand would be 15 centimeters large. Three centimeters, yeah. Hold on. I'm barely almost done braiding the copper piece. I hope this is enough for a single hand, at least. The skin breaks. Yes, it breaks on the wire. If the wire is too hard and too sharp, and the wire is too close to the surface of the hand, yeah, it will very easily tear. That's what's been happening. No, the wire stays. The wire's fine. It's the skin that breaks. Look. You can see here, I can zoom in for you. Like, this is a decent hand. You can see how the finger is already kind of being pierced. This is the one that really broke. So it fully tore the finger out of the wire. With a Terminator look. Yeah, she will feel like that with half a face and the robot skull underneath. She gained the 6th finger, yes, and lost mobility on the 5th one. Yeah, we haven't had any problems with the fingers themselves breaking. That could also be a possibility. It's another possible issue. I remember some of the puppets that I used in the movie, sometimes the finger would break on the inside, but that hasn't been a problem here. What is the skin made of? It's silicone. This is Teen Cure silicone. It's like I don't know how to. Well, it's substitution. No, addition silicone. Addition Cure silicone, I believe. It is a fairly decent. This is a fairly pricey type. Like I do have two types of silicone, of basic silicones that I use. One of them is like the base silicone, which I use for molds, which is like this. It's a little bit sturdier and a lot cheaper. This I use for molds and all of that stuff. And those are made with a little bit of a stronger one, which is this one. I don't really know exactly the terms or whatever, but this one's stretchier. It's a lot slower to cure, and it's a lot stronger to getting torn. And it's like the priciest one in the store or that they sell.
Like that mosquito mesh? What are you talking about?
Okay, why do you use some kind of metal mesh for the silicone? Because it's so small. Like a metal mesh doesn't sound like a bad idea, but I don't know if it would be serving any purpose for, let's say, the arm. Cool. Slyfox OG, thank you for following. Welcome to the channel. Now that worked. Missing mosquito jam, what the hell? But mosquito jam, the mesh that you use for mosquitoes, it's not malleable, right? It's a thin fabric, so if you fold it, it just pops back into place, right? So I'm not sure how well that would work. You can use a welder to make it like a pocket. Again, sounds interesting, but it does sounds a little bit complicated. Now, another thing that would happen, because I've tried that before, if I try to cover this in silicone, like let's imagine this little bandage back here is your mesh, and if I cover this in silicone, whenever you do a bend like this, wrinkles will form, you know, because of the properties of the fabric. So the mesh might have different properties, but they will most definitely form this sort of wrinkles. So if all of these is covered with silicone, you would get like wrinkly, weird skin instead of a cleaner version. Again, I don't really know where your intention to put the mesh is, because the fingers feel like too small for any sort of mesh. Like this is just tiny. Maybe the palm, but I still don't quite know where or how to put it in. The palm could work and might give that extra little pull. Gran Maskin, yeah, Gran Maskin. Okay, let me cut this down. Now, another thing that I'm not loving about the copper one, it's not terrible, but it's like, because it's such an intense color, it could very likely, you know, look like be very clearly see-through through the silicone. So it doesn't sound great either. Okay, so this is just a prototype, right? So I can maybe make the fingers a bit short. A bit weird because the wire is what maintains shape, right? I mean, the wire, rather than maintaining shape, it holds it in place. Like, the shape is really well kept by the silicone, but the silicone will always try to return to its neutral position, right? Like, here's the boneless hand, and it will always try to return to neutral, right? It's stretchy, but it will always pull back. What the wire does is it counters the strength of the silicone so that it will stay wherever it is, and it just has to be stronger than, yeah, the rubber itself. No matter where, it keeps bending. The wire is still there. Yeah, like once it breaks, which is what happened here, like it tears apart, and now the wire can stay wherever you want it to be, but the finger will just go back to wherever it wants, right? To its neutral position. Easier to make issues I want to tackle list. Yeah, I think we should definitely do that at some point. I don't know how to, because there's a lot of issues, right? There's the immediate ones, which need to be tackled right now, which are the hands themselves. But then there's like a bunch of other ones with the eyes and stuff. I guess I could just have a little list and keep adding onto them until we reach R&D week or whatever. I used to have a little notepad, a little scratch pad somewhere around here. Where is it? Dun, 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 dun. I remember using, oh, well, no, I haven't used it in a while, but I do remember seeing it somewhere around here. My little DNEG scratch pad. Where is it? DNEG. Yeah, it's okay. We have another one right here. Oh, maybe I put it up here. No. Oh, I'm gonna use this one. It's our to-do list. Also, I need to find a place to get to the freaking mesh. Okay. So I can, it's like, what else did we mention? In the hand itself, you allow the armature surface and the skin. What does that mean? Allow the surface. glove it can move. Well, because it's casted around it, like the rubber should be like fully encasing, because it's a liquid that you throw into the mold and then it hardens. So there's not like a lot of room for it to move around like a glove. It's more like super tight. That's also why I like to braid things, because the braided things are easier to stay in place, you know? Let me make another one. But that doesn't mean it can't sleep. No, it does slip. That's why I kind of advise mildly. I've never fully tried and I still need to experiment, but that's why I don't lean towards, like single wired ones. Although I do feel like we should test single wire hands. The problem with single wires is you just have like a flat, smooth cylinder and the silicone has nowhere to grip to. So if the bending of the wire is too much, the fingers can move all around and do all sorts of weird stuff. Actually, now that I remember, there were a couple of hands that were made with wire, like all with wire. And one thing I hated about them a lot is, so you would have the hand like this, right? But if you try to move the wrist like this, whenever you did this, for some reason, depending on how the fingers were arranged or the wires were arranged inside of the hand, when you try to twist the palm like this, the fingers would curl in a very weird and unnatural way. Like I cannot even do it with my hands, because they would do something like this. They would not do it in this axis. They would do it like this way. So all the fingers would be bending over, like, yeah, that way. And it was very annoying, because this like twisting of the wrist is very common movement when you're speaking, when you're doing stuff. But when you did it, the fingers would like end up like breaking into a monkey paw, and it was just terrible. Who's that? And the Grim, welcome. Hello. Yes, I'm having fun. It's a very chill stream. I'm trying some new stuff, trying to figure out issues. And yeah, welcome, and the Grim. How's it going? I'm patching up, because I'm not sure if I've seen you around before, so I'm patching up some issues we had with the hands, because the previous hands, they all broke. So I'm trying to figure out if there's a way to make them last longer and work better. And that's what I'm trying to work on. It's my task of the day. I'm designing a set of hands that can withstand the test of animation. I suggested the... yeah, Ivo Caprino movie. I haven't checked it out. Wait, weren't you on YouTube then that time? I have this feeling that came from a YouTube comment, but I might be getting lost. Oh, yeah, okay. So now I know. I haven't checked it out. Tell me, what is the original language of the movie? Because I found it, I think, in French and in English. I'm guessing it's not in English, but it didn't seem like French would be its native language. Like, I thought the native would be some sort of like, Danish or Polish, something like that. So I've also that's more of an excuse, but if I'm going to watch it, I would rather watch it in the most original experience. Norwegian. Okay, I'll see if I can find it in Norwegian somewhere. I don't know, like if I'm already gonna watch like an extravagant European movie, why not watch it with an extravagant European language as long as it's subtitled, right? Especially because old-time English dubs are terrible most of the time. Feels like they didn't really take it seriously, or maybe it was too complicated, like back when everything was done in film and like magnetic tape and stuff. It was like, whatever, first take, whatever works. So we just need to move. Here's okay. What about we make procedure to recast the silicone if the skin tears? It can be done. You can kind of patch it, but it's honestly just like trying to cover the sun with your finger. Like it's a very temporal solution. It's something that I would only do if it's like a very critical shot and it needs to be done and the mistake is extremely visible. Do you like Elvish? I've never spoken it myself, but I could give it I could try and again, like I'm probably gonna use subtitles, but I think it's fine. I like, yeah, freaking Nordic languages. The umlauts in every single letter. What the hell does a P with an umlaut sound like? I don't know, but Norwegians know. So yeah, there's even like a specific glue that is designed to like patch the silicone. But here's the thing, if you patch a silicone piece, rest assured it's gonna be at least 10% shittier than what it was before breaking, right? Like you're never gonna fix it and have it turn out better than before it was broken for the first time, right? And it's also very slow. Like doing that, that glue takes like, I don't know, let's say at the very most 1 hour to recover or to react. So if I wait for an hour, that's almost longer than it takes me to just change the arm for a new arm, right? As long as I have arms to spare. You know what I should check? Okay, I want to use this piece and I'm going to do a bending test too. Movie is professionally dubbed and called Pitchcliff. Yeah, I remember Pitchcliff Grand Prix. But I don't know, like, isn't it better? I tend to lean more towards trying to hear the original, especially with that sort of like, you know, independent films back in the day. But okay, I'll see if I can. Wait, what is? Okay. So one little thing I want to check out is how well this stuff bends. Check the state of art. Wait, what? Would you like? Let's send an idea in Talking Shop. All right, give me a second. Okay. So Another thing I want to check real quick is how many flexes will this give me. So I just made the braid. I want to make sure I can flex the finger a bunch of times before it breaks. Like it gives me like 7 bends. This is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. So rather than caps, 24, 25. So it's with still like 25 bends, which is not crazy, but it's decent. It's already broken. Discord server? Yeah, you can use Discord. Just command. I always forget. Discord. Ah. Zivlachbaren, thank you. Sorry, I know it's already pinned, but still. I've been talking with Trace a lot about like those technical aspects of the stream and stuff. And it's very annoying because like, oh, you haven't pinned the Discord to your... Well, right now, for some reason, I cannot pin my YouTube channel to my Discord account. But honestly, it's like the most convoluted thing. Like, who is going to find my YouTube channel through my Discord? I think that's the craziest route one could take. Like usually people find either the Twitter videos or the YouTube videos, but imagine somebody finding somehow the Discord server before finding like anything else. I just like spamming commands, that is true. Oh, I haven't seen any outfit swaps today. You want an honest response about an SEO? That is true. But, I don't know. Again, like, I don't feel like playing the algorithm that way too much. Alright, we got our first random outfit. Random outfit go! We do have all of them here, so... There we go. Spin to win. Oh, dang it. Should just be Mariano. Hey, that one's fun. I don't even laugh with Koos. One piece has left. You dare approach me? Za Wardo! Wallace and Army Crawl. Figurines were made with aerospace grade metal for the skeletons? Aerospace? Well, I feel like those are sometimes like statements that feel like super crazy. But isn't aerospace grade metal just like aluminum 1334? Which sounds very fancy and very scary, but it's not that hard to come by and it's not actually that pricey. Like, I think the hard part is making that metal into a spaceship. I know because, well, I kinda know because at some point I was trying to get a couple of slates of that metal. Just for... The convenient part of that is that it's very heavy. Well, that is true. I also don't know how easy it was to find back then in the 2000s. But again, I don't think it's probably that crazy. I don't know. I would have to check. Okay. I'll be honest, this hand feels like a bit of a mess, but that is mostly me. Hello. Hello, Tony. How's it going? Welcome, welcome. Making trial hands here. Very menacing. Coo. Protest will be fine, yeah. Fingers are too short for my taste, but it's okay. Who knows, maybe it's enough. Dab, Mariana. Look at me dab. Menacingly. Twitch calls it blue. Well, it looks blue on my screen too. It's like... Okay, this finger turned out better. So these fingers are very soft, which is nice. Might not spread too well though. Yeah, I'm gonna need them to be bigger so I could do something like this. In blue on Twitch's chat. Dun, dun, dun. Are you looking to become the next Vettel wife? I don't think so.
I'm not sure. I would really fit
As a personality in the Vettelverse or whatnot. No, like, I don't know, like, I ended up making Neuro stuff Aquariano. Like, I just wanted to make a puppet, and somehow I stumbled into Neuro, and that's how I ended up making it, but it's not really like I've always wanted to... or like, how to say this, like... It was super important that it was Neuro-sama, specifically. I just stumbled into her, she was kind of funny. I found the 3D model for her, but actually, like, the biggest motive back then is that I wanted to just try eyeballs. But yeah, like, while I was working on it, it was fun. Oh god, almost screwed up there. I don't know how well this will work. Now the legendary pool. I need to check the things you sent on Discord. Give me a second. Okay, so this could probably work. It feels kind of unstable. Maybe some super glue can take care of that. Let me see. What did you send here? Where is it? Token shop? Stick, non-stick. Armature with straight wires for fingers. Also, substance to prevent silicone from sticking to it. So the shape you're pitching here is kind of odd, since it's like a circle. Ooh, what's this? From where? Where's this from? Animation supplies, problems, armature. Yeah, this is more or less what we had in the movie. Like a very basic shape, but if you see, like this character has ginormous hands. Like both of the ones you sent. The hands and fingers are very big because it's very easy to make. Well, the bigger it is, the easier it is to handle, right? The more space you have to make the inside. I'm not even showing this on stream. Give me a sec. Oh, the chat is broken. Yeah, like these hands, as you can see, they're fairly big compared to the character itself, right? The struggle here is that our hand is the size of like half of these hands. But they're sleeved? Like sleeved wire? Oh no, you mean the sleeve in the bottom. That is an interesting dynamic, yeah. I don't have anything like that right now, but it could be arranged, not right now, but someday. What would the benefit of the sleeve be, honestly? I don't really see, like it looks pretty, but it doesn't feel like it's gonna change anything. electrical wire for that. There's like the thermoplastic that shrinks, right? That they use in electronics. Like you heat it up with a lighter or something, and the plastic just shrinks. Like. But again, what is the use? What is the purpose of this? Yeah, Thermofit, exactly that one. It's kind of messy. I don't like it. The fingers are too short, but that's a skill issue of mine rather than. Well, like, cause the very regular shape will probably hold well the silicone. Like, there's a lot of nooks and crannies for it to grip onto, which sounds useful. And then we could make them. So I was trying to. Oh yeah, I forgot. I was trying to look into your idea of. First of all, how do you have a stick with that shape? And then how do you have like a ring? Like, how do you attach these pieces to the ring-shaped piece? But you might be on something. Like, if we have that piece and the wires braid around, and the thing is, how do you make it? Yeah, like the problem is the braiding, because we don't want any braids if we're using the thicker wire. Ignore the wire shape. The main thing is just the stick non-stick concept. Again, well, stick non-stick, isn't it the same like this? Oh, coated to prevent silicone from sticking to it. Well, silicone will not stick to anything in general. Like, silicone just never reacts with anything other than another silicone. So the harder part would actually be having it stick, but I don't know what you mean. Like, what would you gain from having it not being stuck to the fingers? But yeah, no braids on the finger, even better. Yeah, I'm just trying to think how to make that, because let me use some wire here. This is our other prototype, right? If we make something like how I understand your example, right? So you have a nice little ring. Let's make this. So yeah, here's your palm, right? And then from this palm, you put the wires out. But this is the troublesome part. Like, how do you put 5 different wires out of these piece and have it not look, terrible? Because it will be like, it cannot be braided, since that would be too strong. So it would have to be like something akin to this. Let's say I do something like this. Hear a weird noise, as if it were raining. Alright, so this is your finger, and you make another 5 of these, but the problem is this is completely loose and dangling. So how do I make this out of 5 wires? Because I could arrange this with double wires, right? Like, I could just double the wire and braid it, but that would bring us back to the other original problem of it tearing too much. Yeah, like this is my gripe with it, right? If I do something like that, or as I understand it, I'll have pieces that are loose. They're not holding steady. Can the wires be soldered on? I don't think so. Like I tried, it didn't really work. Well, this one's steel. The other ones were aluminum. I'm not sure if this one could work, but isn't it too small to solder? What's the list of problems with the first hands? There's a couple of them. One of them is the back piece breaks, right? The other one is the fingers are too strong, the wire is too strong, and whenever you move them, there's a very high risk of the finger like tearing apart. So I need something softer, and maybe thinner could also help. And yeah, that would be the best. Now, what we had before, which is this, what I liked the most is that you have some sort of a palm structure. So this palm was able to do like more complex motion, not only like use the fingers, but you could also like do this, which is pretty neat when you're animating. But it kind of worked with this strong wire. If we don't do this, it might be too weak. Like the fingers could be fine, but now the wrist could be a little bit too weak, which could also be a problem. I could still give it a shot. I think I could and should try and make one of these with the galvanized, well, the Gauge 26 wire. This is a Gauge 24. So using this one would make it fairly thinner, and maybe that would be enough to make it decent, but I don't think so. Like my gut tells me it would still be too strong. So that's why I was looking for an option where instead of braiding, like I did this with copper wire, because copper wire is so extremely thin, it's still very, very flexible, very easy to pose, and kind of set in place, but... Oh, we might be on the wrong screen, of course. Always forget. So yeah, then going back to all the explanations that I did because I forgot I was in the wrong screen. If we make a circular piece and we arrange like the fingers like this, well, you'll have them like this. Soldering could work because this is steel wire, so maybe that will work. I don't really know. Anyone has experience soldering steel wire? And the issues we were having is, yeah, the shoulder breaks and these fingers were too strong. So when you bend the finger, there is a non-zero chance that it will tear the hand through, right? Like if I try to bend this finger, maybe we'll start tearing up here on the top of the finger. And eventually, after a couple of movements of the hand, will probably just tear through the whole thing, just like it did with this one. And that's what makes a hand useless. Should be fine. But copper is the real deal. Well, we can give it a shot. I'm looking forward to the copper one because it's so soft. Or you mean copper is the real deal for soldering? No, the term of it can help for the silicone skin to not tear. Silicone skin to not tear. I get it. I would need a very small term of it. I don't think I have that small a piece. So... A weakened finger joint and a better upper shoulder design. Yes, pretty much. A weaker... rather than the joint, a weaker finger, like, support piece in general. Because not about the joint only, it's about the whole finger piece. This one's moving a little bit, which I don't love. I wonder if I could patch this with a little bit of super glue too. Get some super glue and some baking soda. Where did I put the super glue? Super glue, super glue. Used it during animation. Then I took it out. Where do I bring it? What happened? Okay, it was an interesting music cut. Okay. Where'd I put the super glue? Just used it while we were doing the whole fixes. I don't remember what for. Something broke during animation and we used super glue to patch it up. So it should be somewhere around here. I swear I saw it. Oh, here it is. What does R&D stand for? Research and development. That's what it means. So it's whenever you are, let's say, not working in something in particular, like, but you're trying to maybe improve a process or find the better quality material, you know? That's kind of what it stands for. That's kind of what we're trying to do with the getting better arms. Max Puppet Cure Camilla Pet Pet. Again, we are bound. That sounds like just a random thought. It's not even like a crazy idea. I would love to do Camilla, not gonna lie to you. But here's the thing. Whatever I end up doing next, I need preferably the official 3D model. Because if I have the official 3D model, that's when I'm able... I'm not sure if it's cutting off. I'm gonna go away for a bit. Oh, the print is done. Cool. So yeah, like, Camilla would definitely be fun, but I cannot just say, oh yes, next I'm gonna make Vettel, next I'm gonna make Krelly, next I'm gonna make I was very lucky that I was able to find a Neuro 3D model, right? And I know there's a lot of very generic anime bodies out there that you can use, but I would rather have them be, you know, themselves as much as I can. But we'll see about that. Like, I would never say no to making Camilla. I really like her content and her stuff and everything. But yeah, I want... Right now I'm a little bit bound to whatever I can find to recreate. But also before that, before I start like making big promises to very big streamers like those, I would love to have a clean, efficient process to make this stuff not take 1,000 years to make. Last since I know that I was the one that showed you Yukoi Itatsu as an altar. Oh, it was you. Again, like, I could use those, but I would really lean into trying to make something official, right? Also, I don't really know how I would rip the models out of Yui Koitatsu into Blender or Maya or whatever I use to print into pieces. But then there's probably a tool set or something out there. Face Connect is fine with doing almost whatever you want, with regards to extremely messed up stuff that ain't funny. Makes sense, and I mean, I wouldn't do that to Face Connect girls. I like them a lot. But it's not like they have like public access to their rigs, right? Like it's just like, oh yes, you can make whatever fan art you want, unless it's like crosses the line of legality or whatever, which I think it's a very reasonable thing, but it's not like they have the models out there for people to use, right? Yeah, like Face Connect talents would be fun, definitely. I mean, for that matter, pretty much anyone. I think everyone's also like, I'm not sure if they're up for it or whatnot, but I don't know, like Hololive knows everyone is making all sorts of arts with their talents, right? Like, I don't know where you draw the line of this works, it doesn't work. They're already pregnancy art of Cutie Mara and Cute Peepa. I mean, there's pregnancy art of Vettel, so that doesn't sound like news. Straight from the Yabbit man. The Yabbit. No, but Peepa used her Koitatsu model as reference for her official 3D. Oh, really? Okay. I could go for Peepa. Now, the problem is I would feel like making Peepa stuff could feel... What doesn't has it? Well, the problem is Moonshine has already been doing Peepa animations before I did. So I'm not sure if I would be able to surpass... Well, it's not really about surpassing, but like make something worth it, since Moonshine already made some very good Peepa animations. Yes, if I go looking, I will find them on the internet. But if somehow I manage to actually like get access to an official model, that would make my work a lot easier and the results a lot cleaner. So, like if we end Neuro, Evil and Neuro, and after that, like, I can manage to work with a small VTuber. Like, I don't know, it was fairly small. Small 3D VTuber, let's say Verosimila or something like that. Which they're not quite small, like Super or Cupid, like stuff like that. Like Yui, I don't even know Yui. Like, if one of those guys offered me, like, I can give you my official 3D model and you can make the thing and you have like my permission to do it and we can like arrange something together, I would lean more towards that rather than, oh, I'm gonna make Iron Mouse just for the lols, because I'm gonna struggle a lot finding like the right model, because there might be 1,000 Iron Mouse models out there and Saba models and whatever, but those models are not designed for 3D printing and they're not designed for animation most likely. And when I try to use them, I'll probably gonna like stumble with something at some point, probably very early. There's an untapped market with crazy possibilities of return. You sound like very corpo there. Again, I wouldn't be against it. I really like the possibilities. I feel like the world of VTubing is so large and huge that there will always be fun characters to make. But yeah, like, what I really need to do is make things, you know, flow a little easier. I need this to not take as long as it's been taken. I need the work to be a little bit more streamlined so I can finish more early. I also need to arrange my own like timeline so it doesn't take me, well, like, so I don't have to work like 70 hours a week, even though I don't mind working on this 70 hours a week, but it's just not gonna be healthy at some point. So I need to find a way to balance all of those little things out. I'm fine like overworking myself or working on the weekends right now, but I don't want to do that for all my life. That's just not a good idea. It's a little sacrifice I'm doing. Favorite meme of Yui on the meme channel. Yui, why does Yui sound familiar to me? Is she white-haired? One with white hair and like blue, no, purplish. Not undertones, but like little highlights in the blue hair. That Yui. Where is it? VTubers? Welcome, memes. Yes, it is! I actually knew her, wow!
Very best. Very best.
Yeah, I think I had seen bits of her before. I don't really know when or how or why, but she is familiar. Her design is very familiar to me.
Eventually you'll get tired of making puppets? That sounds very ominous and very disencouraging. Eventually you'll give up. One day you will lose hope. You will stop making art and go back to flipping burgers or whatnot. I mean, like, doing for the rest too. I wouldn't mind doing it like forever. But like if I'm planning to do it forever, I would like it to be faster. Like I don't want to, like if it takes me 6 months to make a puppet, I'm gonna be able to make like at most 120 puppets in my life, which is very little. And that's like working until I'm like an old prune. Yeah, exactly. What I need is to streamline everything. That's gonna be like the big goal right after Neuro and Evil, and Evil's video. So we have this one. I want to wait, Cloud. Did we get to elaborate in whatever your idea was? Like, I'm struggling with how to make the move. Oh, God damn it. Ooh. On the material for this stuff, 2mm twisted aluminum. That's the thing. I don't have. Well, no, 2mm twisted. That's insane. Like this is 2mm twisted aluminum wire. That's you, right, Roshady? I cannot see your full name because of streamer mode in Discord, but I'm guessing the cat in an armor is you, right? But 2mm twisted aluminum wire is this, which is insane. Like that's asking for a finger the thickness of my arm. So maybe the scale of that puppet that you're seeing is like a Nightmare Before Christmas one, where they are like twice the size of Evil and Neuro. Oh yes, but okay. I'll shut up. Sorry. Yeah, but it looks like it. Yeah, like one of the hiccups or like the roadblocks here is the size. But I also don't want to make them... Well, I mean, I'm not going to change the scale in what we already have. That would take months. But I don't want to make puppets bigger. Because if I make them bigger, I'm going to run out of space. Like, if I make them bigger, my animation space becomes smaller by conversion. Yeah, I was trying to... That means after you die. Okay. So, Cloud, how do we sort, or what was your vision on the one you sent me? It was like a wire mini bass? Wait, guitar wire? But the guitar wire doesn't have memory, right? It bounces back. I'm trying to look at your ring design, and I'm trying to find a way to like bring it into real life. The problem is I struggle with the idea of it just like flopping like this. Oh, that's where you brought up welding, right? I could give it a shot. Want to try? We can try and weld these pieces and see if steel works. Guitar wire from the... I just saw it on the Discord. I'm scrolling around because I'm trying to find like your ideas and your suggestions and all of that stuff. But yeah. But no, what I'm trying to like prototype here is your concept of this little hand. But what I'm showing is how do I make single wires pop out? And that's where, yeah, welding or soldering would be a good idea. But I'm not sure if I can. But I can definitely try. So let me try. Okay, let's try to solder this piece then. Don't really know. As well, set in place. I mean, there's another blue creature on here again. Around the wire tips off. Again, this is gonna be like a very rough draft, just see if it works. If it works, I'll start doing it a little bit more seriously. Soldering iron, soldering paste, and soldering wire. Should be good to go. I should probably get a better working space for soldering, but right now it is what it is. Where did I put the soldering other thingy? Put the paste right here. Oh, there it is. Maybe twisting the bottom of the single wire into the base of the wire next. So it could be an L shape. That probably won't stick. It would be such a short piece of wire, then it would probably just not stay in place. But I can try. Like, first let me see if the materials work together. Once we figure that out, we can try and experiment. Ah, yes, I did see Sora was shutting down. Fumes.
Now the problem is it might be a skill issue, but I don't know if I can make like a small
Solder here, you know?
it'd probably be like a huge bubble or something. It's not melting.
Still not hot enough.
Don't know how this is done.
Okay.
Stay there. Also, I don't have any steel wool to get rid of. Okay, let's try. Yeah, like another thing I don't love about this, maybe having, like not working with such a ginormous thing will also work, but the problem is it's very elastic. Just give me a big blob, I just need to figure out if you're gonna stay in place. Okay. Cloud, you're pink now. Is 1 millimeter. I think I do have 1 millimeter. Answering your question, I don't even know how these things are cleaned. Okay, I try to wipe them whenever I use them, even if they're still a little bit too hot. But yeah, I don't really know what. I think there's like steel wool steel, or yeah, like steel wool that you like cram it in, but. This is Mario music. I think it's Animal Crossing. Oh no, it changed into Mario. Yeah, it's like random Nintendo stuff. So it does stick. I did it poorly. No, it doesn't stick, you see? Like I could just take it off. Like slide it. Zoom. And here's the blob of metal. And here's the... So I don't think soldering is the way. 1 millimeter aluminum wire for the fingers, right? But still, it's a very big finger. Like 1 millimeter. I think these hands, which are already too big, are 0.5 millimeter. Okay, let me go get the calipers just for the sake of it. I'm using the calipers for the other projects right now. So that's a problem with, wait, what the hell? This is broken. Okay, so the wire itself, it's like 1 millimeter already. So if I use two 1 millimeter wires braided together, it's going to be too thick to even fit inside of the mold. That's the tricky part here. We are trying to make stuff with the thinnest possible thing ever. I remember we had an idea to make a 5-wire wrist. Okay, let's try these two for now. Test it with silicone, maybe close the mold and see tomorrow analyze the results. Then, so we need a really resistant one wire solution. Again, like the multi-braided copper wire feels like it could work to me, but I'm not like fully sure. And also this thing is horrible. Like I made it very poorly. It's a little bit slow. Braiding the copper wire is a lot slower. Only one way to find out. I know, I'm trying. I'm on it. Give me a sec. I want to make more test hands with the other wire, just because I have more of that one. Like this one, if it works, it's going to be a very scarce resource. I do think we have enough for all of Nura and Evil, but we might run out. So just for safety, I'd rather use the other simpler wire for the rest. It's not that different, it's just a little bit thicker, but I've got plenty of these one. That way we can also compare and contrast a little bit. How thick did the copper one come out? Like, look. Oh, let me get the calipers. But I did this test yesterday, and it was somewhere around the same ballpark, like 1 millimeter. But it's a lot. Oh, it's a little bit more than 1 millimeter. No, 87 millimeters, 0.87 mils. And it's super smooth, like super. Like it's a lot weaker than this. Like this, it will take me a decent amount of force to bend it. This one I can bend pretty much with my mind on. It's super soft, which feels very promising. I don't love that the tips of the fingers are a little bit messy, but again, that's something I could perfect if I actually did it seriously. Yeah, the good thing is that it's very soft. Now, making one of these would probably also be like 17. This is 0.36, so a braid would probably be like 0.7. Maybe a little bit more, 0.8 you could say. But will still be considerably stronger than the copper one. But yeah, we can try that out. So let me make this real quick. Where's my cutting this? Oops. Actually, it's just a red link. What are you doing? Ah! You just wanted a funny number. No. Sounds like you're cooking now. Kinda. So we make 1, 2, 5. Okay, you know what? Ba-ba-da-bum, 987. I don't think my calipers go that low to give you like hundredths of a millimeter. At lunch, maybe. It's just my chewing as what the hell? Burger. The burger you made the other day looked really good, but what was it? Because it looked like deep fried. It was like a chicken burger? Chicken, yeah. That one looked pretty good. Pizza burger? Sounds very weird. I had a pizza sub in Subway. But pizza burger? Dun, 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 dun. Of American cheese. Ooh. Oh, that sounds good. I mean, I guess, yeah, pizza is also a good option. So I want to make a very rough one, because the important part of this test is not really if the wrist will work, but rather if the fingers will work. So I'm not going to do the whole shtick of making the super complex palm shape we had before. I'll just wing it and make a random braid for the wrist, and then divide to the fingers. So it's gonna be a very rough piece. Gonna head off. Good luck. Thank you. I'll make it back. Yeah, I'm not gonna stay that late today. I've got stuff to do tomorrow, and I still got to work on the other side quest thingy. But yeah, like, I'm trying to chillax a little bit after the whole craziness. I don't know though. Okay, so here's my timeline right now. I am gonna be busy on tomorrow and on Monday. Both because I've got like family business to attend, and I've got I want to spend time working on the scythe project, the freelance project that I told you. But once I do that, I do want to keep going on with the arms, but I do feel like I also need to finish the neuro animation to post, so I don't lose momentum. I've been thinking, just because if I don't do it, I think I'll never publish it in Twitter and in short forms. I should also publish the Bald Evil clip, even if it's the previous version. He's abandoning us. You're so dramatic. I take a break for a couple of days after working for like 24 hours straight, and now I'm abandoning you. No, I'm not abandoning you. But yeah, like, I'm not gonna be able to stream, but after that I want to like just get back on track, like, get into the zone, keep working. So the hands, I don't think they should take more than 2, maybe 3 streams. I mean, the slow part of the hands is that the cast might take like 4 hours to dry, right? But once we figure out the process, I can just keep making more hand copies off stream, and you don't really need to watch me do them every day, right? It's not the most engaging thing ever. So we could focus in the special effects, well, just the rig removal of the neuro shot. We can also do random outfit go. Okay, give me a sec. So Black Baron has been carrying with the random outfits this stream. Oh, by the way, some of you just weren't here at the beginning. There's a new emote for you guys. I don't love it. I think I'm gonna have to tweak it. Yeah, Cloud, I think you weren't here when I was talking about it. It's a free emote. Yes, it's called Egged, and it's Neuro getting squashed by an egg. But I don't love it. I feel like it's very hard to read from afar. It looks like a
tiny smear. But yeah, just wanted to say that because I think it was you who were asking for it actually, Cloud. So yeah. It's free also. It's a free emote. That is not legible. It isn't. Yeah, I think like I could try to make it bigger. I could zoom in a little bit more, but it still would be very hard to read, I believe. Oh, look. Oh no, I thought it would have gone for Jojo's Bizarre Mariano again. It was a very close one. Legible is an okay word. Yeah, legible, I think it's okay. Okay. Using every term other than readable. Bum, 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 bum. Poke my fingers out with this. That is gonna be so fun. Spin, spin, spin. Ah. No, there's a pink one. Who's the pink one now? Oh, A-Cube. Hello. How do people use
I know you can use 7TV to have like holographic names and stuff. I think Vettel uses those, but I don't know how they work. How long will it take me to finish the freelance project since I'm already at... Already finished printing 2 out of 7 pieces. So I can get the third one to print tonight. You're taking Delphing's color. Delphing's signature orange. It's okay. So yeah, it would take me like tonight I can finish piece number 3. Well, finish printing because I still need to post-process it a little bit. But I can finish printing piece number 3. And then 4 or 5 tomorrow. I can leave it printing today. But yeah, tomorrow I can print the 4th and the 5th one, and tomorrow. Okay, so I could have that ready for Monday, which would be nice. What? Use this one instead. That way I can use this and this. This will be the hand. So it's a little bit rougher than the previous design, but all I want to figure out actually is how well the fingers hold up.
Sound disappointed with what?
Awesome. Yes. Finnkelja is Delphing. I've always called him the Delphing because he was one of my very first viewers. And at the beginning I only streamed on YouTube, so I was always like, I learned, registered him in my mind as Delphing. And when we made the hop into Twitch, he had a different username. That's Findelkia, which is an anagram for Delphing, actually. And also, like, Delphing rolls a little bit better on the tongue, but it's mostly been that I've always, like, known Delphing as Delphing. Like, the very first people to be here were Delphing, Tony, Isai, you might see in chat every once in a while. Robotic Automaton. What a funny emote. Oh, Nebula. Hey. Hi. How you doing? Wait, what's the emote? Is that a Yumi one? Or is it finally one of yours? Wait. I'm trying. Oh no. Nimbus. Hello. How are you doing, Nebula? It's been fine. I'm just testing out some ideas for the arms to work. And yeah, it's coming along. But it's been a little bit of a slow day. But yeah, like I'm just trying to test Random Outfit Go. Oh, of course, Random Outfit Go. You're just waiting for Nebula to show up to pull out the maid outfit, right? But it's not gonna come. I already rigged this myself. It's all set. It will never land in anything bad. Okay. We're fine. You see? My elegant outfit. Nonetheless, look at me, so elegant and distinguished gentleman.
No. Oh, I didn't show it? I'm so stupid. Fine, I'll give you the reroll just because I didn't show it. There you go. I hope you're not gaslighting me, but no, I think I didn't actually show it. Cladian. You had 2 rolls, so...
Fanboy comping coming? What?
It's too early for that.
For now.
I could see how after some time you'll get like a bunch of moments of me having to pull out the maid outfit, but fine. Okay, let me try. I'm not quite sure if patching this with super glue is better than the JV weld. Because it's so small, it might be working better, but I'm not sure. The fuck is that? Head? Head?
Oh, this one. You don't like my clay form? It's from a game. There's a stop motion video game out there on Steam. It's called Children of Clay. I think it's free. Pretty fun. Kinda short. Ooh. Oh, Yumi Pixel. Hello. Hello, Pixels. Hello, everyone. How you doing? How was your stream? Wow, you went for long. Like, I was there at the beginning of your stream, but...
I thought it would have ended a while ago. Well, how long ago was that?
How long have I been streaming? But yeah, hello, welcome. Well, welcome Castra, welcome Nebula. Shout out to you. Oh yes, let me give you a quick shout out. I'll let you mention that. I am bad at twitching stuff. Let's do shout out. You, me, Pixel. Oh, you were playing Long Drive? It's fun. But yeah, that one's gonna take you a while, right? Like, how long does it take to actually complete Long Drive? Like 10 days or something? Like 20 hours? Long Day was a really long drive. Do you know how long you made it? Like, is there like an indicator of how much you have left? Probably way too long. I'm guessing you didn't make it like in a single sitting to Disney World, right? So, I don't know. Is there a map? I don't think there's a map. That's kind of the point of the game, right? Yeah, welcome Raiders, welcome everyone. So we're currently working on hands and I'm redesigning pieces because the hands we were working on in the animation, some of them broke, well most of them broke. Some of them in very catastrophic ways, like this one, where the finger tore out of the wire. And most of them, if not all of them, broke from back here, which is the part that supports the shoulder. And yeah, we're just trying to find solutions into how to make this work with what we've got with it, because I cannot fully redesign the arm system. So I've been trying like soldering pieces and like using different gauge wires and using different materials. That's what I'm testing right now. So I have like one prototype hand made out of copper wire, which is it looks weirder, but it's super soft and super easy to move around and animate, which could be good for such thin little pieces. Give me Pixel love Raid. I love the Raid message. Looks like a burnt peanut. Oh yeah, I do look like a burnt peanut. This is my outfit from a game called Children of Clay, which is a horror game that you can find, I think, for free on Steam. And it's a horror game made in stop motion animation, which is pretty neat, pretty cool. I like it a lot. And it's very short. Hey Trace, how's it going? So, yeah, I don't know, when the day we played that game on stream, I I made this avatar for myself, which is the little statue of Children of Clay put in my face. And it is my true form. This is what I look like when I take off my glasses. Oh no, I do still have my glasses on. I don't know, this is what I look like in the morning. Or whenever I'm not hydrated. That's why it's important to hydrate, kids. Talking about that, where's my... there it is. Moon cheese guy. What the hell? So, when were we talking about this thing and this thing? Dink dunk H2O dink dunk. Yes, I've got my water right here. So let's try these out. Like this feels softer, considerably softer than this one. And the wrist might be alright, you know? You know, the thing is, this wrist has one more wire than this one. So this wrist is 8 wires, while this wrist is 10 wires. So even though it's smaller, I think that I have a bell, I also have a bell. The wrist, it actually kind of even feels maybe a little bit stronger. Random outfit go. I don't see the redeem.
Oh, yeah, there it is.
I think my other scene. Oh, there it is. Yeah. Alright, random outfit go. You'll never get anything really crazy. But I'm gonna make sure I do put it on screen before. So you don't have a reroll. Aha. So take that. Alright, so we're doing I have different outfits and I can make for all of you raiders who might be new here. I have different outfits and you can redeem me to get a different outfit randomly. And anything, no, come on. Oh, that was so close to skipping to the next one. God damn it. I hate you.
I mean, good thing is that Yumi probably already left. I don't see any messages, so at the very least I'm safe from Yumi's eyes. Where's the outfit? Wait, let me take it out. I need to get it ready. All those frills need to get set. Where is it? Oh no, it's lost. I don't have it now. Here it is. Alright, so enjoy, I guess.
This has happened more times than it should have. Like, the roulette has got like 30 different possibilities, and somehow this one's fallen like, I don't know. I think it falls like once a week or something. Oh no! No, Yumi, leave. Raiden, run. Please don't look at me like this. Your signature, oh my goodness. I can hear it in my head. I'm never gonna recover from this. It's the Black Baron, I'm gonna ban you. This magnificent twinkle shit. So yeah, this is my chat. This is the streaming experience here. It's not about the craft, it's about making me wear a maid outfit whenever I get a raid, apparently. I heard something I couldn't see and stopped editing. So I just asked for it myself then. You summoned her. God dang it. It's okay, I'm pretty sure someone else will redeem something in 7 minutes, right? You would never leave me hanging with this.
For the rest of the stream, my ritual worked.
I can't believe it worked. Like, I had this, like, on the last animation stream, I think. So how... Okay, it's fine. Commands? Oh, I don't have that many, I think. There's a Discord command if you want. There's a lurk command. I'm dying laughing right now. I hate you. Ah. Whatever. And Ari wasn't here to see that. Ari is the one who designed this outfit for me. Oh, whoa, the Black Baron. Okay. Maybe the maid outfit's not that bad now. Thank you very much. That's super kind of you, the Black Baron. Thank you for 10 gifted. I appreciate that a lot. Let me check who got gifted. Earth00. By the way, there's like 20 of you pixels, guys. So I'm just gonna tell you that we are 13 followers away from 500, which would be insane. Oh, Yumi got one. Hey, let's go. Yumi, you've got stop motion emotes now. There's a new one that is free actually, but it kind of sucks. I need to fix it. It's from the animation of like Neuro getting an egg thrown on her head. But yeah, it's very hard to read from afar. I might have to tweak it. But yeah, that one's brand new, made today. But then there's Retsukos, Dancing Retsukos. There's Dancing Evils. Yeah, let's go. Peek. Still need to think. Well, we'll see when we get to animating, but we'll find out like what of the animation gets turned into an emote. That will also be fun. But yeah, thank you very much for the gifted. We're probably gonna be seeing Retsukos popping in the screen for the next couple of minutes. Hype train! Oh, we actually have a hype train? Well, I guess we do. I don't really know the rules of hype trains, but yeah, we do. We have a hype train. I should set it up. I really want to set it up so we can have like a Thomas the Tank Engine effect or something when we get this. It will be so silly. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-bum. The scene choice in the Extravaganza was great. Loved the rage quitting the guitar part. That one is pretty good. I'd like to animate that one a lot. That one was very hard actually. And that one, the fingers also broke at the very beginning of the shot. So I had to animate like the whole playing the guitar with broken fingers, which was so freaking stressful. Insanely stressful, you've got no idea. But it turned out great. I actually like that sketch a lot. And that one, you know what's funny about that one? I like it because it's not an idea that came out of like something. It's not like just a clip from the streams that was recreated, right? Like that one involved a little bit more creativity. It was not just grabbing an audio and animating on top of that audio. It was more like, what if we have her like practicing for singing Crazy Fucking Robot Body, and then like that was the idea, and from there we started like scavenging little clips. Like, okay, let's find. I remember finding like the what the fuck she says in the middle. Like she's playing and she screws up and says, "What the fuck?" That one was very hard to find. I struggled a lot to find it because the only one I had was one with Coco. I think both of the what the fucks are with Coco actually. But the first one was very mild. It was just like a very tame, like, what the fuck? What? No, it was like, yeah, like very mellow, you know? Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? And the other one, which was actually also with Coco, yeah, it was like a lot more angry, like, what the fuck? And yeah, I don't know, I like that sketch a lot. It was very fun to make. Anyway, what were we up to? Okay, we were going to make this piece here. Make the fingers. The thumb. Okay, well, it's gonna be fine. Okay, so with these two tests, I think we should try and just design the piece. The thing is, we have two hand molds, so I can make both of them tests at the same time. Mage. Ah.
Stop looking at the mage outfit, at the maid outfit. Nobody wants to redeem another.
Hey, Fluffy-chan. How's it going? Welcome, welcome. So this one's gonna be weird. Oh, fingers are so cursed. Thank you very much for the gift sub. Ah, Athene, congratulations on your gift sub. Now you have an Evil Neuro stop motion emote, which is pretty cool. I like it. And don't mind the outfit, please. Don't look at me. This thing's a disgrace. Wonder if I can make ramen. I guess you probably can. There's pork slice in the ramen. Oof. So you had problems finding evil clips? Yeah, well, it was tricky. It's very tricky when you want an idea rather than a concrete phrase. Right, because when we were looking right now, like, it's my birthday, or happy birthday to me, or come to my birthday, stuff like that, it's more or less easy to find, thanks to the library of Ladev. But when you're looking for just something to feel a mood, like, okay, I need a grunt, or I need a scoff, or I need something that feels menacing, right? But you don't know the exact phrase, it gets trickier to find. Oof, pork tenderloin, that sounds really good. What happened here? I have a sub now. Yes, we got gifted thanks to the very kind The Black Baron.
Oh, I guess I must forgive, even though he got me into this. Into whatever this is. Well, yeah, it's fine.
What are we finding? We never had katsu. Katsu is really good. I like it a lot. Also. Just feel like. Okay, it's okay, it's okay. We'll make this work. Greg's with breadcrumbs with pork, right? Isn't katsu chicken? No, that's karage. Don't cry? Oh, I don't know. This thing is... The hand feels like such a mess. But again, like, it's just a prototype, so I shouldn't be so hooked up on it, but it still feels like a disgrace to me. You'll stay in the main. You monster. I thought you were gone. And this is all you care about, the maid dress. I was. you came back just to throw that jab at me. Your Tony senses tingled, and I was like, oh, the maid dress has been activated. I must go back. Right, cut. I really like katsu with curry, like the Japanese type of curry, which is a very odd type of curry. Like it's not your usual like Indian curry, but I do like Japanese curry. Ah, God! I poked my finger full of holes again. Oh, I don't want to stain my maid dress with blood now. Careful. Yeah, I know what you're gonna say. I'm not gonna stain the maid dress with blood, Tony. Don't worry. That's great. I don't really know the process on how to make curry. I wasn't gonna say that. A resident favor to hurt himself. I wonder how they align these pieces. Oh, I'm really bleeding. Yeah. I have pasta. Spaghetti then. Lasagna. Carbonara. Carbonara is pretty good. Can you use the cutlet as you would use the ham in carbonara maybe? No bacon. But you'd have the cutlet, right? What is your blood type? I honestly not quite sure. I think it's AB something. I must have it written somewhere. Wait, what? What's that about? What are you planning now? Monsters. Scatter. I see you. Nothing, nothing. That's weird. Scatter? Yeah, I always forget. Just send me the link in the Discord and I'll put it in. I've never seen the assemble one. Be right back. Yeah. We'll let you cook, Cloud. Best of luck. Give me some. It did sound good. And Cloud is very good at cooking. From what I've seen. He's even made like Mexican food. Insane. And carnitas in Japan. Crazy. What happened to the music? There's no music, right? It's just silent. Or no, there it is. Okay. Until Will Princess can cook, what the hell? What is my life now? I don't understand half of the jokes. Yumi saw the maid outfit. Yes, she did. She wouldn't have seen it if I didn't say out loud that she shouldn't, like... I was like, well, at least Yumi is not here anymore, so she cannot see this outfit. And then she instantly sent like, oh no, I'm still here, I just was editing. But now that you mentioned it, I came back to check out what were you talking about. Yeah, there she is. She's still always watching. Yep. Still here. Yeah, I mean, it's cool. I mean, editing does take a while. I've been there. Not sure how crazy it can get when it's like live footage rather than animation, but it's still a pain. The timing peak. Yeah, it was. I mean, the Black Baron was saving for the throw of the redeem. Yumi's always locked in. Yeah, she's always working hard, like popping videos like crazy. My channel points to 112k now. Okay, how many redeems is that? I mean, it's like what, 212 random outfit swaps? Is it 500 or is it 1000? I don't remember. 424 random swaps. Oh wow. It is 500. I think it's fine. My luck is on the arms. Who was lucky? Eri was also very lucky popping the maid dress somehow. Also, Eri made it, so makes sense, I guess. It's gotta be at least 40 maids. Yeah, and divided between all of you, it will probably be a bunch of maids. Cloud must also have like 500,000 channel points. Shall use my ritual again. We'll see if your ritual works. I mean, it can't keep falling every single time. That would be a statistical nightmare. That would be a bad omen for statistics in general. BBD poo. I still have a twinkle. I didn't even see that comment. But it's okay. We'll see how that works for you. How's your day been? You know, the Thermofit sleeve you mentioned could work well just to patch the tips of the fingers so that they are not thick. Grandma, hello! No, there is no Midriano, just look at the screen. Look at how engaging it is. Look at how carefully I am bending this little pieces of wire. And don't look at the bottom right corner under any circumstance. Look, this is so engaging, so entertaining, so, what was it? Oddly satisfying. Bottom right. Oh, I'm looking. Stop. Cease. damn city, man. Hmm. Estoy laughing at that. Fine. Okay, so let's prepare some material for the casting of the hands. 5 grams be like 80. What is. Wait, what? What? What is it, panic? Wait, what are you talking about? I don't know what's going on. Scatter. You guys, what are you scheming, you monsters? These guys. Anyway. So I need, if it's 5 grams per hand, all right. Because I'm not. Why? So we need like 40 grams of silicone. Maybe a little bit more if I'm gonna make this piece as a test. So what about like 50, 60 grams? I don't know how much fits in this container. Let's see. Okay. So I might need a bigger container. But I'm gonna need a bigger scale then.
Not here. And I'm gonna need that thing. Okay. Oh. Where are you? There you go. Let's do 50. So if we do 60, it would be 66. Yeah, 66 sounds fine. Ugh, just hope I don't screw up with the color. This playlist cuts songs very dryly. It's like you're listening to something and then it... I should have another glove. This music is so sweet sounder. Sound effects. K.O. Hadouken! Dat is Maxim Pokeken. I also feel like these molds need to retire. I mean, they're fine, but should have made them more carefully. But wait, why am I doing this? I should be casting this. Mura. Wait, isn't that from JoJo's rather than Street Fighter? Nintendo's music. Yahoo! When did we use so much of this? I feel like this should be... Well, we used some for the hair, some for the hands. I made a couple of tests, but that's it, right? Well, I think we used it for the eyeball masks. But that's like a single gram at a time. Cut it at 50.
Yummy. Forbidden. This forbidden glue. Wait, what the hell? This is Michael Jackson music in the... What the hell? I wonder if this will get me content striked, but I think I'm cursed because I'm not gonna be able to take it off until I finish this or until I close this thing. Can I drink it? Yes, you can. Please do. Well, no, don't drink this one. This one's too expensive. Drink the other one. The expensive one, well, you can always go and buy some. You'll die from drinking this. I don't even know what would happen, honestly, if you drank this. It doesn't sound pleasant. Okay, just as caution, I want to take off the Michael Jackson music. I want to get into trouble. I'm special. I deserve expensive things. Not from me. You just come here and make fun of me and just want to keep me in a dress. You only want me for the dress. Let me change the music real quick. Wait, this is the same playlist. Odd. Dentro. Dues. It's not Undertale, it's Deltarune. They're very different games. You know, like you for the dress? Well, for your information, yeah. Of course. Why would I expect anything else from you? That's why I won't let you drink the glue. What did I do to the... It's here. What was this? Like 40 grams? 50 grams? I cut up 50. Okay. So yeah, this one just needs 10% solvent. And other than that, we'll just do the coloring, which would be very little amount. Sniff the glue. It doesn't smell like anything, actually. This is my skin mix, I think, for... No, this one is like concentrate, and I just need to add like 1 gram of this. Well, I cannot measure. I'll do it like... I'll eyeball it. So this is neutral white, and this is the base for the skin color. So it's very intense, but I can like make this, like from this, I'll just add a teeny tiny drop. And that hopefully will be enough to color it into her very pale skin tone, actually. Hey Nutbots, how have you been? Hey, how are you? Haven't seen you in a while. Welcome, welcome. What have they done to you? You do look good in the maid outfit though. Oh yes, of course, of course. I haven't seen you in like a bunch of months, and now that you pop in, the first impression you get from me after all this time is the maid outfit, of course. But yeah. It's become a tradition, like they try to get me into the maid outfit whenever I get a raid now. Every couple of months I take a step back from media. It makes sense, and I think that's healthy. But I'd see your new video and all that. Hey, that's cool. I appreciate that. Yeah, no worries, no pressure. I'm just happy to see your username again. Weird, like Bailey's just... So for socials online are not useful for the money. Yeah. Okay, I think this should be enough to make it like a pale skin tone. These girls are very pale. Hey Cloud, how's it going? How did the food go? What did you do in the end? What did you make? How have things been in the past couple of months? It's been good. I've struggled a lot with a couple of the processes, but we're doing good. Like, I think the puppets are pretty much done ready for animation, but I do want to make some spare arms and redesign a little bit because the arms have been breaking a lot. So that's what I'm trying to do right now. And after that, we'll be like moving into the equivalent of the Extravaganza, but for Neuro. So we'll start to make, I don't know, something. I haven't really thought about it fully yet. Like my focus has been fully in trying to get the puppet done. But yeah, I want to, you know, make something. Some sort of animation would be fun. Hey, Robotic Autumnal. Wow, this is like a meetup. How's everyone doing? Hello, Robot. Good to see you as always. Hey, man. Give me someone dunk. Just a little bit. Any other works on the side? Big projects? Nothing big. Like, this is my big project right now. I have ideas, but they're just very bare bones. Like, this thing has been consuming like 90% of my time. Currently, I'm doing... It's nothing exciting at all. It's just a little side project I'm working on. But, well, it's not even a side project. It's like a freelance commission thing. And it's very boring. It's like a product design prototype type thing, but it's good because it's helping me pay for... Oh, wait, not what? So you didn't follow? How? Oh, maybe you... I think you were more on YouTube back then, right? On Twitch. All right, well, welcome to the Twitch. You are very close to my 500th follower. I need 12 more and I'll be at 500 followers, which would be a very big. And also I'm very close to... You cannot call Notbox a fake fan. He's been like the biggest Patreon member. From 10th to 500, yeah, and also in YouTube we are at we need like 100 more and we'll make it to 5,000. I'm always lurking for a few minutes, about twice every hour. Oh really? Just don't say much unless I've had a few drinks. Okay. Yeah, it's always good to see you around, Robot. Good to know you're here. I'm so glad everyone was up and you're getting there. Yeah, it's like it's been slow but steady, but I think we're making decent progress. I'm learning a lot of things. Here's the thing. Unfortunately, Neuro and Evil have been a very experimental pair. I've been learning a lot of stuff, but there's also a lot of screw-ups in the middle. Hopefully, I will eventually like make it to, you know, a more streamlined process where things can go a little bit faster. But right now, we're still like figuring out like what causes issues, how to fix those issues, all of that stuff. I love to watch the process. It's really interesting. I also find the process very captivating. Right now I'm just making some spare material, which I'm going to be using for making hands. And that's about it. You know what? Something that intrigues me. I'm not sure if it will actually work or not, but The silicone, the paint stays very well suspended in the cheaper one, right? And you can see how it's very uniform, the color, right? However, the expensive silicone, somehow it splits. I think maybe the molecular structure is so thin or something that it separates the color. It's hard to see, but you can see the color in the bottom is a lot darker than the color in the top. And that's because, yeah, the pigment gets separated. I wonder if by mixing them, like what I'm doing right now, like mixing the diluted and pigmented cheap silicone with the fancier one, it could stay suspended for a bit longer. That would be nice. I mean, it's nothing like crazy, but it would be good if that's the case. Okay, now let's make a cast. Once it's done, I might make some ramen. Also, you're actually doing the ramen, that's cool. What would happen if you twisted fuzz? Like a really short pipe cleaner fuzz to hold onto the... Ah! That's an interesting question. I think for starters, what you would get is a very irregular shape, right? Because the wet fibers will clump into like blobby shapes, you know, like wet cloth. But it would probably give a decent structure. It would definitely be too big for these pieces. The thing is, the big problem is Nero's hands are so stupidly tiny that it takes a lot to get it to work well, or to look properly, or to rig more likely. To have a wire inside is like whole science, because you need something that will fit inside the 1 millimeter thingy. And yeah, that's part of the problem. But like if I were doing a bigger character, like someone with big hands, like Randon the Orc, or just someone like with big hands in general, I don't know. They could probably no, what happened here? Hell. What is going on here? This should be... There we go. Ah, much better. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna... you've seen me do this before. I'm just gonna paint our prototype hands with a little bit of silicone. Now the tricky part with this one is that it's extremely slow, so I don't really know how long it will take for this to dry. Do I even have catalyzer over here? I think I already took it all out. Okay, it's fine. I love your evil birthday. Ah, yes. I hadn't heard your thoughts on that one, and I didn't see you during the process, so I'm glad you liked it. Her face tearing up made me tear up. Yeah, the crying face was pretty. You know what's the only thing I didn't love about that face? Like, I liked the face a lot, but it felt a little bit out of place. Like, it might... Like, in the context of evil, I feel like it felt a little bit overacted. you know? But I liked really like how it turned out. Like visually, it was really, really good. And yeah, the impact that it gave was also pretty nice. But like in the context of the video, I just had this feeling that it might have felt a little bit overactive because, I mean, it kind of fits here, like being like overly dramatic maybe. But I don't know, like I just felt I might have gone a little bit too far on that one. But I did like the look of the face is just great. I also like the look. It's very hard to see, but like Neuro's face when she gets hit by the egg, which is an emote now, by the way. And it's also quite fun. But in the video it's like 2 frames, so you don't really see it. Well, it's 4 frames, but egged. I need to rework that. I didn't notice that. What you didn't notice? Neuro's face? Neuro's face is hilarious. I love that. Fucking wires, maybe just some tiny fibers start sparsely. Yeah, maybe you can like take out some of the fibers and leave in some of the other ones. It's an interesting idea. I should maybe give it a shot, but I wouldn't do it right now for these pieces. Like I know for a fact that it would probably not work, but it would be an interesting technique to have in my pocket because it would lead to interesting things, you know, like if I need a character with, I don't know, like long tails maybe. Hey, maybe that would be a good solution for like Camilla's tail, stuff like that. Did we ever get acoustic? Oh no, I have it. I could release it. I just, like I do have the video and everything. It just, I never uploaded it. Forgot completely. I even made like a little album cover. No, it's nothing crazy. I just grabbed the same frames and added like a parental advisory icon. Mariano, I'm sorry, I forgot. Being a streamer is a lot of stuff. I have the file right here. I just throw it in the Discord, but I think it would be better if I have it like as a video. We need catalyzer. I'll get it uploaded. Maybe after stream I can. If we wrap up soon, which we might, since this thing could take a while. Bad streamer unsubscribed. Yes, I am a bad streamer. Sorry, I try. I need that, please. Okay, I'll get it to you. Not that great. Well, I mean, it's the acoustic guitar thing, but nothing else. Like, there's no other instrument. Oh no, there's piano on it, I think. Yeah, but yeah, I'll get it out. I'll make it a priority now. But just let me wrap up stream and maybe I can just upload it right up. Can you upload a YouTube video with just an image? Or do you have to edit it into a full video? I'm not sure if you can just upload like a music, like an audio file. Needle thing. You gotta throw that in Neurocore too. Everyone's gonna love it. Yeah, definitely. I don't know if I'm gonna get blasted for. Well, no, we wouldn't get content claimed, right? I also have like 2 versions, one with Evil's vocals and one without Evil's vocals. Okay, so it's 1 gram. What time is it? 58. All right. Let me write stuff down. Upload both separate. Yeah, definitely. I was planning to upload. Have a good stream. Oh, Yumi. It's 5 a.m. now, since I think the clocks in the UK went forward. So I think I'll sleep. Yeah, go to sleep. Take care. Thank you for stopping by, and thank you very much for the raid. See you around. Yeah, only now I remember that Yumi is in UK time zone. Wow, super late. Yeah, I was planning to upload both of them separate and yeah, just have them there. I'm still mad at you, lol. Sorry. I'll get it out. Completely forgot about it. I remember even preparing the like files and stuff and being like, okay, I got it and stuff. And I don't know how I completely forgot at some point. No, what is this? Mori music? Oh no, it should be Deltarune music, I just don't know what this is from. Stop. Life happens, things get in the way all the time. Yeah, but I don't think that's an excuse, like I completely forgot. It's not like, oh yes, then everything went down and the forest fire happened. No, it's like, I probably just got distracted with a random video and forgot forever. Ah, by the way, guys, did you see the Magic the Noah video? I just watched it this morning, it was very funny. Watched it while I was doing the printing for the other side project thingy. Why do I smell super glue? Did I drop the super glue somewhere?
Shit. Where is the glue? Ah! Where is it? Used it. I used the baking soda. Where did the baking soda go? I don't see it. Oh, I smelled from this. Okay, I think we're fine. Yeah, like if the whole bottle had spilled, it would be a lot more smelly. But yeah, there is a bit there. Yeah. I think I didn't finish it now that I say it out loud. Magic the Noah video. Did I? Oh, no, I think I did. Two whole drops of catalyzer and it's still not reacted. This one got me banned. Bada 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 ba bada ba. Okay, I'll risk it. I'll see if I still get banned. But it was from a very like shitty AI channel, so I hope it's been taken care of. Did you move out of that old church or whatever you were a while back? What? Are you asking me? Old church? Don't stay in that pretty house. Shut up! Old church? I don't really know what you mean. They changed the workshops, but that was before even meeting you. But never a church. Imagine having a workshop inside of a church. That would be cool. Have you ever seen that? There's like a studio, like a recording studio that's an abandoned church, and it has like super good acoustics because it's a church.
Could have sworn you said you had to find a new place to work from. I had to do that, but that was before Extravaganza. Well, like I finished Extravaganza animation, not even the post-production, and I had to abandon the place I was working. Nothing to do with the church, but it was like an abandoned complex. Well, not abandoned. It's a very weird story. But I was working for a place, and that place like had me on the side whenever they needed for special events and stuff. And my condition was, well, I can be available all the time. I just need a space where I can do my own stuff. And whenever you need something, I'll be right there. So that was the deal. And I was working like in this kind of, I don't know, it was like an office building, but the office was pretty much empty because they hadn't like really conditioned it for working like the main corporate like employees, so to speak. But I was there, so whenever they needed something, I would take care of that. Especially when they needed like video and stuff like that. But yeah, at some point they just said no. But that was like, well, they like just backtracked and said like, you know what, we're not gonna use that building anymore. So even though they had spent like probably a very decent amount of money like decorating the place, like they decorated the place, put up like a bunch of desks and stuff, and then decided not to use the place and like throw all the freaking desks away. I don't know, one of those surreal corporate scenarios that I don't wish upon anyone. But yeah, whenever you've got like stupid amounts of money, I guess you just throw it away for no reason. And yeah, that's like kind of a very summarized version of what I was working on. But yeah, it was a very good deal for me because I had like a big space to work on for my own stuff, and I only had to be available, and I would get paid just from being there. And maybe once a week or something would pop up like, oh, we need a video made, oh, we need to record like a call or like a press meeting, something like that. And I was like, okay, cool. So I would do that. But yeah, it was a very cool job because I mean, like I worked like maybe 7 hours a week, but I had all day for myself. The only condition was that I had to be there because I never knew when that would come in. That sounds quite nice. It was a very nice deal, honestly. And I mean, it still kind of is because they broke the contract, but even though they broke the contract, like they didn't care. Well, I mean, it was like, well, yes, we're going to break the contract, so, but we did like agree that we were going to pay you. So I've been like living from the payments of the unfulfilled contract, which was pretty nice. That's why I could like go full on into this. However, that contract pretty much finishes at the end of March. But hopefully, I think I've made it to the point where I can like, I don't have to despair too much. Like we're still not like super making, I don't know, 120 level hype trains or whatnot, but we are making money, which I can spend in materials, which I can spend in equipment. And yeah, that's pretty much how things have operated for the last year. Yeah, we will figure something out, don't worry. End of March. I mean, that's pretty much when the contract ends. It doesn't mean like I immediately starve in the 31st. Like, I am pretty responsible with my finances, so I think I can stay afloat. But yeah, we're starting to enter the phase where like survival is beginning to become a concern, but I think we'll manage. Yeah, that all happened like way before I released Extravaganza. I had to leave the building on, I think, the 30th of August, I believe. Which was a pain in the butt because I had like, they pretty much gave me like no time. I was like, okay, you have 30 days to take everything out. And I was like, what? And then like I finished moving and I released, moving all the stuff into this new workshop. Actually, some of the desks I have here were not mine in the beginning. I just took them from them like, well, are you not gonna use this like 100 desks? Yes. Can I take one? Okay. And I took one.
So I got like 2 desks that are like office desks from the... Oh, actually, no, yeah, 2.
From the Corpo thing. And that's how I set this place up. But then I did that and I released Extravaganza somewhere around mid-September, like September 17th or 18th, something like that. No, September 14th, I believe. Either 14th or 13th. And yeah, like if I remember correctly, Nutbots, you made it here after Extravaganza. So I would have already moved by the time you arrived here. But I did tell that story. Like I feel like I tell it every week or so. This thing is still very runny.
I expected this to move a lot faster.
Well, that means we probably won't get to the next phase today. So maybe we should start wrapping up stream. I'll just make sure this thing stays in place. Because if this thing doesn't dry, I cannot make the castings. But we can probably do the castings on Tuesday or something. What are you doing with these arms? So these are test arms because the arms we made for the evil like birthday clip had some big flaws on them. Like the shoulders would break very, very easily, which would result in me having to like pretty much disassemble the whole puppet in the middle of the shot, which is something you really don't want to do. I've had scenarios where that's something that can happen. And like, it's not impossible, but if it's something that's happening like every 5 frames, yeah, that just sucks. That's terrible. So yeah, I ended up like, I made the executive decision that I need to revise the arms and try to just improve those little details so we can move with animation a little bit quicker. So yeah, I'm taking like maybe 1 more week for tweaking and making all these arms and stuff. And from there on, we can actually start thinking of whatever the new Extravaganza will be, which would imply like sitting down, pitching ideas, and coming up with little clips and stuff to animate. All of that fun stuff. Probably some like asset making. I don't really know what. I haven't really thought about that, but yeah, fabricating props, probably like what we did with the harpoon and all of that. And yeah, that's what we'll be up to. But yeah, first I need to polish this. And what I'm doing right now is like I made these 2 tests with different materials to try out like what wire thickness is best for the arm, what wire thickness works best for the fingers, all of that. Like it's just a random trial of many little things to see which road to go through with. And yeah, it's just that. And what I'm doing right now is just covering gently with a thin layer of silicone so that it dries and covers like the outside of the fingers. And that will be good because it will let, it's still dripping. Kind of sucks. Have it all set so that whenever I put them into the mold, we don't have the wires too close to the edge. Like there will be at least a very thin layer of silicone covering everything. And that's what I'm working on right now. Just covering everything with a thin layer of silicone so it dries on top of the fingers. And hopefully that will lead to a cleaner cast later. It's not super important because these arms are probably not going to be used in animation. But I'm trying to like figure out like what part of the process works better, right? Like copper wires or the other wires, stuff like that. So that's what I'm working on right now. Hearing wood floor creaking around in the old streams. Wait, so you were here in animation? Because I've never had wood floor here. Like the first thing I did, even before abandoning like the other workshop, was like setting rubber flooring here because I was gonna use this rubber floor for animation, well, for working. The rubber floor helps me a lot because if I ever drop like anything, like resin pieces are very fragile and very brittle, right? So when I drop them, if they fall on a rubber floor, they don't break. If they fall into wood or tile or whatever, they will snap into pieces. So the first thing I did here was put the rubber flooring, like before I ever started streaming from here. Like if you heard wood creaking, that might imply that you were in animation streams. Because yeah, the floor of the office where you had like the Extravaganza recorded had like a wood flooring and it creaked like crazy. But I really thought you arrived after Extravaganza, not what? Unless you watched the like previous streams at some point. Maybe you looked into the VODs. Is working with silicone annoying? I find it pretty relaxing. It's annoying in specific scenarios. Like this one, maybe. Because it drips a lot and I don't love it. But working in silicone, I think it's the most chill of the materials. It's very forgiving in a certain senses. It's not that messy. Because if it falls on something, like it's very easy to clean up later. Unlike resin. It's not like irritating on the skin. I mean, I wouldn't recommend you to throw it on your skin, but... No, I remember you going for lunch. Ah, that's the stairs. Yeah, that's the stairs. I take the stairs whenever I go for lunch. So this is like an... Not really an attic, but something of the likes. Yeah, that is a wood creaking. Makes sense. Now I get it. Better sense of how the eyes will look once articulated. Wait, what are you talking about? I want to try making a skin mask for the evil puppet. Skin mask. Oh, are you gonna do it with silicone? Yeah, that will be... I think it will be easy enough if you... Maybe you should just make the mold out of... Yeah, like print it. And you can just cast it on top
and I think it would be fairly quick. And yeah, like working with silicone, it doesn't smell. It's not, yeah, in general, it's not troublesome, Cloud. I mean, you will need like a table and probably like, I don't know, a little plastic to cover just for the sake of cleanliness, but nothing crazy, you know? What else can I make it from? I mean, if you want a skin feel, yeah, the silicone is going to be what gives you the best skin type of feel. Now, the thing is, I don't really know. The brand that I mostly use for my things is a very local brand. I can recommend you from the other ones. You know something hilarious? My IP to the Smooth On website has been blocked because I go in so frequently that their firewall believes I'm some sort of like a virus or a bot. So I have to actually like use my phone data to check the page, the website, whenever I do. It's like the weirdest flex I've got in my life. I kept having that trouble, like, why isn't the page loading? Why isn't the page loading? And finally, last time I checked, which I don't even remember why I got in. Oh, because of the side project that I'm working on right now. I was needed to check if, like, what was the price of transparent resin and how quick did it, like, harden. And because I was looking that up, like, it didn't load, and I was like, why doesn't this never load? And this time it brought a pop-up like, this IP address has been blocked by Protection Max 4049,000. There has been too many iterations of visits to this website and something. And I was like, mildly proud, if I can be honest. Like, wow, I've been stalking the website of this material provider so much they think I'm a virus. I think the on-screen chat is frozen on YouTube stream? Where? How? Like maybe the whole stream, if you care. No, yeah, I do care, but that is very odd. Like, I think that would mean like the full stream is frozen. Do I move when I speak? Blocking their own customer. You do move, but it's on YouTube, apparently. That is very weird. The on-screen chat not working, only on YouTube, like getting frozen. That's a brand new glitch. No, I do see it live. It does. I see your yeah in on my YouTube like stream. Let me open it on my phone then. Just for the loss. But yeah, I don't know. I just love the idea of being banned from the provider. Just for how frequently I check. Not even on their prices. I usually check because like, what was the curing time of that silicone, that resin? What's the viscosity of the transparent resin? Could it work if it's like thin enough? Do I need to heat it up? Stuff like that. Okay, let me check my stream. On my end, it looks fine. Yeah, I use the website so much that they got concerned, and it still thinks that I am a virus. I wonder if I can. Let me see if I can replicate it, because I'm not sure if it's also like device, like separated by device, or if it's like. Let me see if I can. I can get you. Oh yeah, it does work from this one. Okay, I'll try from the other computer because it's pretty hilarious. Yeah, just tried opening the website from here and it did work. But checked by YouTube and AO3 a couple of times each.
But the problem is I cannot get the bot checked. It's just like you cannot access, and that's the end of that. There's not even like a send a request or ask for help, you know? It's just like, you shall not pass, and that's it. Okay, just like a little note. It's been almost an hour since we covered this, and it's still dripping down, which is terrible. I mean, it's not terrible, but it's like... I really wanted this to be solid already. So next time we do this, we should do like 1 gram and like, I don't know, 3 or maybe 4 drops of catalyzer, so I don't do this for 3 hours. Because the thing is, the silicone drips down, and I have to pick it up and replace it on top of the finger and stuff like that. It's not terrible, but it's pretty tedious and probably pointless work, which I don't enjoy. But yeah. It was just the chat. Yeah, that sounds like a very, very interesting... More silicone problems. Again, it's just been too slow. Like I expected, I added 2 drops of catalyzer, thinking, oh man, this is gonna be more than enough. And actually, it was less than what I needed, apparently. Like I should have added maybe 5 or 6, I don't know. Gloop juice too juicy. But if you're asking for more silicone plugins that you could... Oh, well, I would say try to see if you can find a silicone provider that's local to you, Cloud, because this will probably be a lot cheaper than the Hollywood brand. Just try look like tin cure silicone, stuff like that. Maybe try to look for translations, mold making silicone, candle wax candle mold making, stuff like that. Like look for tutorials in your region, and hopefully you'll find like a good brand. Like if you find something, maybe I can take a look and tell you, yes, this will work, this will not work, stuff like that. But what you will need is most likely... Maybe they've gone bad. No, this is fairly new. It shouldn't be gone bad. Last time I used this, I used it for the eyes. Like remember when I casted some, like a little drop of silicone into every eye just to protect it from the last layer of paint? I did that with this silicone and it worked fine. I don't think it's gone bad. I just think it's very slow. Like the material on its own is usually much slower than the other one. But yeah, maybe I just should have used like 3 drops instead of 2. I don't know, something like that. We'll see, we'll see. Like I'm not in a hurry, and the good thing is these were prototypes. But I do need to figure what's the right amount of things so I can work with it, that it's not too fast, but also not too slow. But yeah, we'll get to that. The YouTube comments might show late on stream compared to Twitch comments, but besides that, seems fine to me. Yeah, that happens. Oh, I also been researching in... Maybe we might finally be able to actually have a pretty streamer chat. I think I finally found like a solution that doesn't involve me like programming from scratch and be able to get, you know, both chats on screen with a certain amount of design, you know, like actual streamers do. The thing is, my problem has always been multi-chat. Like, multi-chat is very hard to either figure out or get right. And because I started streaming on YouTube, that ends up becoming like the biggest pain in my side, thorn in my side, something on my side. But yeah, so I think this will keep dripping for a while. It should react. It should definitely react. You know what's weird? It doesn't smell like catalyzer, which is kind of odd. I did throw 2 drops of it. I don't know. I'll figure out that later. So also I need to keep working on the side quest. I'm gonna make the third, no, it's not a custom, the third print right now. And yeah, hopefully that will lead to also good things. Well, I mean, the good thing from that is that we got now a bunch of this resin, which could be what makes all of our future molds. I thought I mixed it for plenty, but if I hadn't mixed it well enough, we would have like solid silicone in the container and liquid silicone. Like it would be like blobs of things that react and things that don't react. And I don't think that's the case. It looks very uniform to me. Like there's not like a single blob that's stuck anywhere in the hands. Like everything is just very liquid. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see about that. But I think we should wrap up for today. We can finish these on our next stream probably. I don't think we'll take a lot of time. I might even, if I have time, try to make another set of arms. Well, like test arms, just because I don't like the copper one because the fingers are short. We've seen this silicone setting slower than expected, I think several times before. Yes. But it's actually happened with different Crazy Fucking Robot Body tomorrow, don't forget. Tomorrow I have a busy day. Actually, I'll see if I can do it like tonight. Because I can work on the side quest and there's like a little phase where I need to wait for the printer to make sure that everything's printing correctly. So when I do that, I can try and do the upload. I think I should do that before I forget again. But yeah, so let's wrap up for today, everyone. Let me check who is raidable. We haven't raided Faye in a while, and I want to raid Faye because I want to see if we can collab with her now that like my soul is a little bit free again. There's Lalalu also. Lalalulu. Yeah, I don't see Faye. So what about we raid Lala? That was pretty cool. So yeah, see you later, and I'm gonna try to lock in and upload those videos. Where are they? Should be in a folder. Okay, so yeah, take care. Thank you for everything, and I'll see you tomorrow then. No, not tomorrow. No, actually, I'm not streaming either tomorrow, and probably not on Monday either, because I'm gonna have family stuff to work on. But I'll see you on Tuesday, definitely. Alright, so do I use this thing? Alright, take care.
Mariano's Workshop, thank you for the raid. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh my god, how was your raid? What are you guys up to? We're not watching this guy eat Pokemon cards. What was that? We're doing some fun. We're reacting funly to an old internet legend. I just had a seizure. You can't. It doesn't do that. You liar. What are you guys doing? What are you guys doing? Huh? Oh my god. My soul left. My soul left my body. Oh my god. Making new hands for the girls. Cute. How much do you have left of that? Watching silicone dry on a stop motion project. Let's go. Let's freaking go. They all broke. No! They broke! No, that's so sad. Aren't the hands the most delicate? No, that's so sad. Tiny little hands. Can I be honest? He's kind of making me hungry. Can I be honest? I'm just gonna... You guys have done this before.
We got Shine Knight. Shine Knight don't play. He just ain't no joke. He just
Come on, you guys have done this before.
We got Mirror Force. It's actually she makes
This isn't crazy.
everybody on the earth. I gotta use a little White Russian here, guys.